something changed inside of me. The inner human slowly dead in me. I feel it come alive. The darkness brings me light. There ain't no stopping it, and you will never hide from me. Pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night, ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time. It's hard to be human, think human, feel human. A hunger's arising inside of me. The beast is alive and break it free. It's hard to be human, think human, feel human. Keep putting more chains on the beast. Hope me don't break loose. You better hope so too. I'm still inside. I'm still here. What have I done? When did this all start? I have become a monster in the dark, a hunger like no other, running on instinct. Was this creature always inside of me? The pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night, ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time. It's hard to be human, think human, feel human. A hunger's arising inside of me. The beast is alive and break it free. It's hard to be human, think human, feel human. Keep putting more chains on the beast. Hope me don't break loose. You better hope so too. Whoa, you better hope so too. Whoa, you better hope so too.
Catching a reflection in the mirror of something standing in the corner of my room, watching me, observing me. Is it my imagination or insanity? A strange hum, a flash of light. I'm overcome, nothing but fright. Otherworldly beings taking me in the night. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Looking at my hand, there's something there. Inside of me, I'm feeling oh so scared. Confusion and
That's interesting. Daniela Says some lady died today, said her dad died 3 months later, her son died, and a white owl appeared on her deck. Me and Nellie have now seen a white owl go in front of our truck twice on the same road. 2 different spots. And interestingly enough, one of the people on that same road, I'd say 2-3 years ago, back when I would have no clue why this person and me would fight. And I had a dream about one of these people that I've been having problems with. And he was in my vehicle. And it was raining. And he had no shirt, no shoes. He was just wearing a pair of jeans. And I was like, dude, why are you... he jumped in my vehicle like when I was driving. And I was like, why are you in my vehicle? You're all wet and you're dripping water everywhere. And I got mad and I forced him to get out and walk alone in the rain. And very weird. A very weird dream. And I thought, that guy? I know him, but we'd never had any problems at that point. And then this all popped off, and I'm like, wow. It's weird. And it wasn't Dark Waters, and it wasn't Mike. So I'm not going to say who it was. It was just a weird thing. So if you look at the cultures, I'll start with this tonight because we have a guest coming on in a little bit. He'll be ready in about 30, 40 minutes, so I have a little bit to talk. If you look at the different cultures that have the stories of white owls, of course, Hispanic culture has a bunch of them. And like almost every Hispanic country has a different story, just like the Arabs. Just like the Jews in Israel, they have a different version of it. All their Arab neighbors have a different version of it. Different parts of Turkey have different legends. The Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw. Every type of native has some sort of a version of the owl meaning something or another. In China, there's about 16 different types of stories. I've looked into it. And that's interesting that Daniela actually said that. I wasn't planning on talking about that, but why not? Pretty much open mic right now until we can get the stuff going. I did get an interesting Shadow Man story, of course, when I talk about the Shadow Man like I did last night. Folks, if you missed it, go back to last night's episode. We talked about a Shadow Man story, which was pretty intense. It's a guy named Jay. I've known Jay for years, but he had not given me his story. He just kept telling me, I'm going to give you this story, I'm going to give you this story. And finally, he did. And then Alvarado's story from Tijuana, the one I talked about, the Windy. Very, very, very weird stuff. And I did that because I don't want you to miss out. And Anthony has been on my butt about getting out more stories. He wants me to do these little, what is it? When I talk on the live, you want me to tell a story or whatever?
Like the kind of the shorter stories, we can kind of compact them and just, instead of just trying to take one story and not using it because it's too short, you can just take all the short stories and package them together,
Yeah. And then sometimes I misjudge on how long a story really is, and Anthony will be like looking at the email and going, how long is this one going to be? And I'll be like, 30 minutes, and it's like 2 hours. It's like, so, sorry. My wife, too, like she'd be like, yeah, you need to tell that one on the show. And I have to fit it into, how long it's going to be. Because that is the issue, isn't it? But I got to really... And when I tell you this, folks, I want to tell you this, folks. I don't pick out every negative email or message and tell it. Because if I did, I'd have just hours and hours of telling stories about... So I had a really large YouTuber reach out to me recently, and he doesn't do any of this stuff. And he's actually a pretty cool guy, but he likes my show. And but I don't want to say too much because right now he's going through a divorce. And unfortunately, his wife wants to take part of his channel, which she's never participated in. And I'm like, how does that work? And he goes, it doesn't. But I'm going through this, So, and we were just shooting the breeze, and he actually likes my show. Unfortunately for him, his wife is the one that turned him on to my show. But here's how crazy it is. Once she found out that he was watching my show regularly, she quit watching it. Just to spite him.
That's how it goes.
And I'm like, wow. And she's like, once again, you took something from me. That's what she told me.
Wow.
And then she told him that I'm a piece of crap. And apparently during this war, she says, you're the guy. I got proof that the guy is a fraud. And her proof was, do you remember the night we all went out on that, the excursion when Maddie and Bettina were here and we all went out to Turkey Creek?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm eventually bringing this guy on the show because once he gets done with all this, I'm gonna have him. He's got a very large YouTube channel. Just put it that way, and it's not cryptids or paranormal, nothing like that. He's a YouTuber, and some of y'all may know him, but he said that she used that. She said they went out there to do, whatever, find us, and they didn't find anything. So she said that's proof right there that he's not real. And so he started laughing, and he goes, well, if it's going to make you mad, I'm just going to watch him more. So he said that he would put it on, they were sleeping in two separate bedrooms.
Yeah.
So what he did was put my show, he locked the door and played it up full blast. So then she kicked the door in, so then he took a picture, and it was like, oh my God. I said, dude, please don't use me as your... So about a week ago, I didn't realize this, but she actually reached out to me and was telling me how much she liked my show. And I said, yeah, she was reaching out to me, telling me. And so I think he got the idea that I was not believing what he was telling me. So then he sent me like proof or whatever that she had said these things. And I said, dude, look, it doesn't matter. She listens to it, you listen to it. Just don't use it as leverage in your going to court, whatever. You put that in the fridge for me.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's messed up, but at least he watches my show. I mean, that's cool. I got now I got about 4 or 5 pro athletes that I know of that watch it. Country music singer, a songwriter, a few guys that have bands. One guy said when they were on tour, they were listening to it. It's pretty cool. They're not a real famous band. It's coming up, But, that's cool. People are knowing. And what was it? Somebody had sent you something. A story.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a paranormal story or anything.
No, but what happened?
It was just a funny little anecdote. This lady in the UK, which I probably shouldn't say her name because she didn't say I could, but she said she was wearing her PRT hoodie in the grocery store, just going out and about, going about her day, and she said that she heard someone just like yell out like, "Hey, PRT rules!" But by the time she turned around to look, she couldn't. I guess they just kind of said it in passing and just kind of kept going along their way. So she never found out like who said it. But it's pretty cool that somewhere like all the way over there across the pond.
Well, we have a lot of fans in Britain.
Oh yeah, but still, like it's still just like kind of surreal that someone in another country has a random encounter with someone else who listens to the show.
Yeah.
I mean, she was just going about her day, not even thinking about it, wearing the hoodie.
When you look at the books, the people that buy the books, like every month they give you it's weird. They send you money for each country, each region, whatever. And so there's like 6, 7 different little deposits, and then there'll be one big one, which is usually from the United States, of course. But you'll get money from Australia. Like it's always Australia, Britain. There'll be a couple from Germany. And then there'll be a few from different random countries, like Asia, different Asian countries. And the Britain is always number 2. It's always number 2. In particular, England and Scotland. We get a lot of people that order my books from Britain. At least, a couple $100 worth every, it's... We're not the Beatles, but I mean, it's, there's people who like our show, that's interesting. It's cool. It's really cool to see people, there were some people in Boston that gave us a story about they were sitting at a bar and somebody walked in wearing one of the masks we had. You remember, I don't think anybody uses them anymore, but
oh yeah.
For the, But yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. And they were wearing a hat, and they had the mask, and somebody said, "Hey, what's up?" And
Okay, hey, she's in the chat. Miss Wendy is here. She said, "That was me, Anthony, and it happened again today. It was a man who watches faithfully, but he wants to be anonymous."
See, and that's weird because there's a guy who reached out to me from Little Rock, Arkansas, who was a dentist, and he, was like giving me a shout out and gave us a small donation, but he was like, I don't want people knowing that I watch, and I'm like, kind of makes you feel dirty, man. Like, like but I'm people's secret, like I secretly watch your show. I don't people think I'm crazy.
It's our guilty pleasure.
It's like, geez, Louise, man, I am. And then I got, people who tell me all the time that their spouse doesn't like me, doesn't like the show, doesn't want to hear it. But it's not been anything personal.
Probably because they listen to you more than their spouse.
Yeah, it's not, except for one person, and it was not personal. Except for one was very personal, and that was because it's weird. It was 2 women. They're a couple, and one of them became very, very jealous because her partner watched me all the time, and she says, "It's almost like you're obsessed with him. You like to look at him a lot," and she was like, that's not the case. She's like, and she says, I'm not attracted to men, whatever. But I don't care. It doesn't matter. But her partner got very upset with her. And, they had a big fight about it. And I said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you fight. She's like, it's not your fault. She's a very jealous person. But I guess she figured it out from watching me. So she had to take a break. I don't know if she's back or not, or if she's in the chat. But I'm sorry. If it's any consolation, tell her I'm married. I don't know. I think my wife is my biggest fan. I know I'm hers. I love you, Nellie. But I think that it's a weird thing because I've had other, podcasters and YouTubers tell me the same thing, that they've had people get very upset, their spouse or something like that. But that's the only one. It's usually because they're afraid, apparently. Like one guy said his wife is terrified of this stuff, and so he watches it. And then she said she'll have bad dreams if the story is scary. And she can't help but watch because she'll get captivated by it, but then she'll, it'll scare her. So I'm sorry. I'm not trying to scare people, but it is what it is. This subject matter is, and if you go to the stories, and you're going to want the captivating ones, the ones that are going to captivate the audience, that are going to enthrall them and make them go, whoa. So that's just how it goes. And then, like I said, I get a lot of like really, really, really positive emails like every day. I get a lot of positive feedback from people every day. I did this, you did that, thank you so much, whatever. And I get a lot of good stuff. And then there are the douchebags. This douchebag was a female, and usually females are pretty cool. I mean, they don't usually attack me, but this one did. And she said, she's like, my daughter and her husband watch you religiously. And I thought, oh, this is a good one, And she says, I want you to know that I hate you. She's like, I hate you. And then she went on to name like 30 different reasons, and she laid each one of them out there. I didn't read them. I read the first one, then I skipped down to like number 11 or 12, and there was all these different reasons why she hated me. And what it boiled down to was that she is not a Christian, and she says that I use my show to try to brainwash people into believing in Christianity. That was the end result of it. And I said, well, your opinion would mean a lot more to me if you actually had some sort of something in common with me. I said, politically, ideologically, everything you have is against what I am. And I told her, I said, but I love you, and God loves you, Jesus loves you. I said, I'm going to pray for you. And then she sent me another scathing message that began with capital letters, and I just TLDR, which made her respond even more ridiculous. And then I just deleted it. Because What people don't understand is when you send me a really nasty, mean, rotten email, or you send me a really ugly, mean, whatever, comment from the show, what makes you think I'm going to entertain it? I'm not. I'm just going to not look at it, and these guys, or Scorpion or Nelly or whoever's involved, is just going to delete it. Or two of the other people that we have that work for the show they're not even living in the same state with us, but they work for us. And they're just going to delete it.
I mean, honestly, like some of those long like rants, I can get the gist of it from like the first few sentences, and like I won't even finish reading it. I'll just delete it. So you waste your time.
It's a waste.
And then I'll read like the first two sentences and realize, oh, this dude's just trying to be a prick. Delete. I won't even read it. For what?
Here's what they do right here. Here's what they do. He's really gonna hate this comment. Yeah. Well, score. Seriously, dude, you're gonna be so mad. Take out their retainer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like the hero, and they're like, keep it down, Mom. I'm cleaning my room. I already told you to stop yelling when I clean my room. I'm going live later with my 4 subscribers. Stop.
I'm gonna get so much Reddit gold and so many Reddit upvotes.
This is gonna get tens and tens of views. That's what they do. Right there. Not everybody wears glasses, but you see what I'm saying. That's where I'm going with this, right? Then they go on there and they're like, Josh Turner is a bastard. And really, there's 4 people in their chat. And they're just huge, big, fat guy down in the basement or with a really dirty beard. There's this thing, I'm gonna call people out on this. There is this thing about dirty beards. Like, I am a bit OCD. So I like to clean my beard. I keep it really, really clean. And I use different types of soap. I use folks, men, listen to what I'm going to tell you. If you want to keep it clean, first I'm going to tell you this, and we got 20 minutes. This is what I'm going to tell you. I watched a video where this poor girl broke out in a nasty rash all over her face because she messed around with a guy who had a nasty, dirty beard.
Gross.
And I saw the picture of the guy, and he had all these like little curly ingrown hairs that were going up, and you could see why he was nasty. It was dirty. And then there was another video, and then of a guy, and he looked like he'd been living out in the woods for 40 years, and like it was bad. And so what I do, I try to keep my beard clean, and I use 2 things that will help you do this, and that is charcoal-based soap. Okay, but you got to really get up under there and lather it really good. And then I use, there's this type of soap, it's called Black Wolf, and it actually works really good, and it's charcoal-based, and they have like this facial scrub, which don't put that on your beard, but they have this exfoliating crap, whatever, which I just recently started really doing all that. And it was thanks to my wife. She was like, you need to exfoliate, do this and do that. And so she got me this stuff called Black Wolf, and this is not a paid advertisement. And folks, we have had tons of what's it called? Sponsorship offers and stuff, and we don't want to. We had one that was a beard oil. So me and my brother tried it, and our pieces of our beard were breaking off. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I'm not going to tell my listeners to buy that crap. And they were offering us pretty decent money. But I'm not going to tell you, the listener, a lie and tell you to buy some crap that doesn't work. So, yeah, Dinah Russo says they have beard shampoo. Yes, they do. And I've tried many of them, and they're not all they're cracked up to be. But I will tell you this. There is that Black Wolf works pretty good, but it is kind of hard to get out of your beard. And they have a face wash that's actually pretty good. I like it. I use it. So that one's good. But there's also this black charcoal bar soap, and it comes from, it's like a country. I can't remember the name of it now. Anyway, it's a black bar. I'll look, but it's a black bar of soap I use, and I also use a tea tree oil-based bar, and then I use a different bar of soap for other stuff, and then I have what I love to use in my hair, which keeps my hair, I have really soft hair, but it also, what it does is it cleans it really good, but it doesn't It doesn't dry it out, and it doesn't make it too oily. It comes out really well. And it's called Man-Made 1821. And I like all the different scents. And like I said, they're not paying me for this. I'm telling you this because it will work. So get in there and scrub up underneath your beard and get it real clean, because there were these women on there talking about these dudes' nasty beards that are getting making their faces break out, and disgusting. It's disgusting. And I see guys, and you'll see them. And one day we were eating dinner, and there was a guy like right across from us, and his beard looked so unkept, and it looked so bad. It looked gross. It looked very gross, and I'm not kidding. It made me not want to eat. And it takes a lot to make me not want to eat. And so I just was kind of like, and he got up and left shortly after. I was like, thank God. And I told Nelly, I said, I can't look at this dude, man. It's just a gross thing that you could easily take care of. I mean, why be disgusting? Why be gross? You look like this guy. Look, see? This is, if you see there, it's a dog man. And I didn't have it made. I just ordered it from this company, which I will not tell you. They're the ones that should be giving me a sponsorship. But I will only tell my really close friends it's my secret. They're always pestering me where I get my shirts. Truth and Bass have asked me. Matt Imsh asked me. What's his name at the conference kept asking me. Titan. And I didn't want to tell anybody. I was like, I don't want to tell people because everybody will run out and have them. And then I'll just, same thing with the action figures. Everybody went and got one made, and then it was, no big deal. Ruined our investment. DJ Tyler, thank you for the donation. Two Shadows, thank you for the donation. We could definitely use it. We're trying to keep this show free. Tamara, she says, I've heard horror stories about poor hygiene. Yes, that's bad. It's almost as bad as the cryptids and ghosts we talk about. Justin Boyd, thank you for that donation. He says, majestic shirt, Josh. Thank you. Yeah, I was at the line at the grocery store the other day, and do you want to be grossed out, or should I not say? I could tell you. I was just standing there. And honestly, this person that was in front of me, they were in front of their basket, their shopping basket, and they were down there by where you pay. So I was down a good ways from them, like at least 8-9 feet. I was not, I'd say even further than that, maybe 10, 11 feet. And it was bad. I was like, when did H-E-B start selling cheeseburgers? I was like, and then I'm like, hell, I mean, I know it's not me. I know it wasn't me. I've never been thank God, I've never been a smelly person unless I come from the gym. Then stay the hell away from me. But who the hell goes up to somebody after they've been lifting weights for an hour and a half? But if I'm at the gym or I've been hiking or swimming or something, even swimming, you'd be shocked. As soon as you dry off, because of all the sweating you did, you got to get in there and you got to wash yourself. A lot of people don't. They're gross. But this guy, I was like, dude. And on top of it, his pants, he was, half of his butt was hanging out. And I was like, dude, I like to faint it, dude. I actually got out of line. Not going to lie. I was standing there and I was like, it was me and you, Anthony. You were coming back with something. It was you had gone to get the bread. Mm-hmm. And I was standing there with the stuff, and I had to get out of line and go get in another line. It was that bad. And I was just like, and I could still smell it. This guy, why would you go out in public like that? Everybody does it, though. I mean, you get up, you're like, oh, crap, I got to go run to the store or whatever. So you throw on your sweats or your shorts or your pants, whatever. But if you're like that,
yeah.
Why do you not?
I mean, there's a limit.
Are they not cognizant of their smell? Like if I know that I've been, working out or something, I've stopped somewhere to go get something after the gym. I've been nice to people and be like, hey, don't get too close. I just got done lifting and I'm sweating, I just had to get something because I forgot my protein drink or whatever, And I give people the heads up like, hey, it's a polite thing to do. But some of these people, they go out in public and they don't give a crap. They don't. They just look at you like, pfft. You know, you can tell there's some mental illness there, dude, because they don't care. They smell awful. Miguel says, "Here's my weekly cult of the Shasta cases." Oh man. So if you missed it last night, I was on Blondes and Booze. I'm on there every Thursday, and we had Lyle Blackburn, and Lyle had actually said that he was going to be booked up until November, which I'm actually glad for that. But the problem is, I don't know. I didn't today. I was so busy. That's why we were late, because I had to go out of town again. If Ken is going to be able to make it in November, so I don't know. I think that he is booked up, I know, in October, and I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff in October. So here's the sad thing. Wish it were more. Thank you, Letitia. I appreciate it. You don't got to do that. But here's the thing. If we do the conference, it has to be in November for me too. I cannot do it in the summer. I have too much going on. And it hit me sideways. I was like, we're in the middle of a bunch of projects. And I don't want to do it in the summer, because where I want to do it in the summer, it's going to be too crowded, and it's going to be too dang hot. And so we have to do it in November. If that's going to be a problem for people, let me know now. And I don't know that Ken's going to be able to help do it in November, because I didn't ask. I haven't asked. And so in order to get everybody there, and for me to be able to do it, and for Lyle to be able to do it, it is, because November was something that we had kicked around because it's too damn hot. And I got a lot going on this summer. It's going to be too much. So for me to start selling the tickets and get everybody, ready to go, whatever. And I got the speakers. Even if Lyle can't do it, I got plenty of people. That's not the pressure is not to get people to come. And we may just, if we can't do it, we may have to do it without Ken, which would suck. But if that happens, though, I have a choice to make. I have a decision to make. It's actually warm in here. Are you hot? That's why I keep taking the hat off.
I'm fine.
Thank you for the donation. Liberty says for the Shasta Fund, the official drink of PRT. Not yet, anyway. Ken tried to make it that way, but Barton was like, no. I can tell you this. If we do it in November, it's going to be hopefully the first week, if we can't get it done by the first or second week of November, because you can't go too far into November because we have Thanksgiving and people have to travel again. So unfortunately, we may not do the conference this year. And that's why we haven't started selling tickets. Now, voice your opinion. If you think you can do it, if you think you can make it. And I was worried last year that we were, not going to have enough people that are going to want to go, but I was wrong to even worry, because it got packed and everything was fine. But if we can't get it done first week of November, I'd say first week of November. If we don't get it done the first week of November, then that's it. We probably won't do it. Because I just absolutely do not want to do it in August or well, even September, because September's still hot.
Yeah, September's
it's just hot.
It's still summer in
and
Texas.
I don't want to do September.
And then most of October is still a waiting game for the summer to end.
Yeah, you don't know, because I think even the first week of October can be bad.
Yeah.
But then sometimes September will throw you a bone, and you'll have the third week of September, you'll get the first cool front that you'll notice, But we may not do it. So that's why we haven't put the tickets on sale. Everybody keeps asking about the conference and tickets. So unfortunately, it's 50-50 right now, and that's really just my call. I have to say, if you miss the first two conferences, you may not ever have been able to go to one. We already don't have Nick Redfern, and now if we go to November, which is what I want and what Lyle said he wanted, but we may not have Ken on board. So that's the situation that we're looking at, folks, and I'm very sorry, but, well, all I can say is I wish you would have made the first two. So hopefully things will work out, but well, you never know. Another 10 minutes, and our guests will be ready, and we'll be bringing them on. I'm just giving you the rundown. 333. Jimmy B says, if you have somebody drop out, holler at me. Man, I got plenty of people. I mean, like literally 10 people could drop out, and I think we'd still be fine. So why are these people texting into me and to each other?
What?
New guy trained last night. Can you have him text Nelly? Tell him that's who he needs to be texting in with. I don't know why he's texting in to Stefan. That makes no sense at all. Because Stefan's like, what the hell is he telling me for? I'm like, you got me. Sorry, guys. Work stuff. I'll tell you what, we got 10 minutes. I'm going to give you a quick story. It's not a long story, but it is creepy. It is creepy. So somebody who was listening to the show last night, and I thought it would just, because it pertained to this, I'm going to tell this story because I'm going to try and do my best to make it tomorrow night and Sunday. Even though I'm going out of town, going to San Antonio, I want to try to make it. And these glasses are not going to work because it's hurting my eyes because the screen is so big now. It's massive. So what we're going to have to do is figure out, what we got to do to make this conference happen. And I'm going to be real honest. If it's not going to work out, it's not going to bother me. It won't. It won't. I love the conferences. I love the people. I love everybody getting together. Yes, it's like a big family reunion. It's really a lot of fun. It's nice, but it is a shoot. I say shoot. Ton of work. It's a lot. It takes a lot. It really does. And it's difficult. It's difficult. And you have to be, I don't know. You have to have patience, and it takes a lot of moving parts, So yes, conferences are a lot of work, and we did, so I thought I would do a third one, and I was like, I told myself this, and I really did. I said, if I do another one, that's it. Whoever shows up, shows up. If you don't show up, we're not doing it again. If and when we were to ever do it again, it would be down the road, years down the road, because I don't want to be focusing on conferences. I want to get my books written and get them out. That's what I want. I want to get this board game done, and we can't even take time. Right now, we're so busy with work that we can't even take time to get it through the testing phase. We've gotten through the first, 2 phases. There's a third one, and to make sure that it's, and each time we do the play runs, or what's it called when you do the run through? Playthrough, whatever. I don't know what it's called. Anyway, you find something else that you got to change. Hey, Joe Breezy, what's up, man? Joe, you still working over there at the gas station? It's called the gas station, which is.
No, he said that he doesn't work there. I think he said it's his wife who works there.
Well, do they still work there? Because we were thinking about coming out there one night or one day. We wanted to do that if we could ever find time to scratch our heads. He works at his wife, I guess, works at the gas station where the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was filmed. And Garetano is good friends with the people there too, and so I guess they all know each other. The shirts that you gave us, really cool stuff. Good stuff. Thank you. We distributed them amongst everybody. She's the pit master. Wow. Joe was at my last conference. A very good time. We had a great time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a lot of fun.
He showed up late on Sunday. He saw him
coming
in, and I thought, He looks rough. Pin out. Joe's a good guy, good people. Yeah, but anyway, so a quick story here. So somebody, she sent me a story, and I got two. I got another one that this guy, he reminded me after last night's episode, but he didn't watch it. He watched it today, so I was driving, and I got a message, and it was this big, long thing, and then it was another story. So when I pulled over and had a moment, I looked, and we were talking about these really long stories. So I showed Anthony and Nellie these stories. Some of these people send it, they're like books. I don't mind. I'm not complaining. The more detailed, the better. But I'm like, dang, you could, this is a book, you know. But this guy sent me a story, and he says, hey, I just wanted to remind you, I sent you my story. A guy who was driving through New Hampshire. He's not from there. He's from Connecticut, but he was driving through New Hampshire to visit his mother-in-law, or visit his mother, or his wife was visiting her mother, which would be his mother-in-law, and he had to work, so they were having dinner, and it was a late Thanksgiving dinner, like Friday after Thanksgiving type thing. So he was driving, and I'm going to tell you his story on Sunday. It's a Shadow Man story, and it is messed up, what happened to this guy. And then, and remind me about this, the one-eyed dog man. I started jokingly calling it the one-eyed dog man phenomenon because I ended up finding about, four or five different reports of dog man with one eye. Some of them, like the eye has been removed or something, you know, really weird story. Now that's where I'm gonna talk about that in a little while. Dog man. But there was this one story that I got that was very interesting of a dog man that had two different colored eyes, like glowing eyes, like they were glowing.
Oh, crap.
And it reminded me of the thing that happened to the lady in Petra. Now I got to say, when I do that story, when I retell her encounter, I got to say, when the way that she wrote the story to me, the woman that had the thing happen when she was on the road to Petra, I kind of felt like, you know what, you got your comeuppance. But then you got to remember, this is a very nice person. This happened to her in her youth.
Yeah.
Who she was in her youth was a very annoying person to me, to be described to me. And it made me think, you know, you got what you had coming. You played around with things you shouldn't have been playing around with, and bam, you got burned. And so, but I had to temper it with, this person now is 75 years old, and she's telling me this story. And if you're in the chat, which she says she pops in periodically, she's mostly a podcast listener. But I got to say, it you know, it's like two different people when you're talking to this kind older, you know, person, you know, it's grandmother, she's a good person. But when she was young, she was a hellraiser, and she thought she knew everything, and she was one of those people that you're kind of like going, got what you deserved. But you got to remember, like I said, that's not who she is now. But this guy that this happened to, you know, he was talking about this thing with two different eyes. And I've heard shadow people like that too, which is weird. And I had forgotten that I had a story like that. Well, that's what involves the story I'm going to tell you before I bring the guest on, and I have a few minutes here. The woman that told me this story, she was living in a haunted house. And it sounds like when you say, oh, they were living in a haunted house, it's like, oh, yeah, it's just no big deal, you know. I'm not talking about the stuff that Lyle was talking about last night on Blondes and Booze. He has some things that have happened, but it doesn't scare him. But then again, Lyle has a band where all they do is sing about spooky stuff, and he's really into that kind of thing. Well, this person lived in a haunted house up in Kansas, and they were saying, hey, I heard you talking about Kansas the other day, and I wanted to tell you that I lived in one. And they were saying that it was a horrific experience. It wasn't something that you would want, like you should, the way that they described it, you wouldn't wish it on your worst enemy. But that depends on the person, right? But like I said before, I'm not the kind of person that would be that way now. And if you look at the area where they were from, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. It was beautiful. I mean, it's not an ugly place. Manhattan, you know, it's where Kansas State's from, the team, you know, Kansas State. And so right outside of Manhattan, when they were a kid growing up, they lived in a haunted house. And so she said there was this shadow that would come out of the mirror. And she's like, this being that I saw, she's like, I was a towhead. I was born as a blonde, and she's like, when I was a child, I had very, very blonde hair. As I got older, it darkened a little bit. But then in the summertime, the sun would lighten it up. I understand that because my hair can look really light brown, and so can my beard. But if I stay out of the sun, it turns really dark. Now, she said, I was sitting there, combing my hair in front of the mirror. And I don't know how many people still have these, but when I was young, everybody had one. It was like I'm a Gen Xer, but we had these dressers, and your mom had one too, with the big mirror. You brush your hair in front of it, and have a little bench.
Yeah, like the combo mirror dresser.
Yeah. She's like, and a lot of people had them. So she was like, I was sitting in front of that, and it was an old antique. And she said it scared the crap out of me all the time. And she's like, and I was combing my hair. She's like, and I looked down at the brush because I was like, I got a tangle. And I looked. And she's like, and I saw myself, but I had dark hair. And she's like, and I was like, and she looked again, and then she looked at the brush, and there was dark hair on the brush.
Huh.
And she was like looking at her hair, and she's like, and she looks again, and she says, and the person behind the mirror was coming out of the mirror, and it wasn't me. It was a person that resembled me. And she's like, and I fell back. I didn't fall on the ground, she says, but I fell backwards, and I caught myself on the bed, and I stared in disbelief as this being came out of the mirror. But as it was coming out of the mirror, it was just black. It was just a black image, completely black like my shirt. And so she said, when I'm staring at this thing in disbelief, she goes, and I don't see a mouth or a nose. It's just like a silhouette. She goes, but I could see two red eyes, like they were red. And she's like, and just before it had come out of the mirror, the eyes looked black, like they were completely black. And she said she took off running and screaming down the hallway for her mother. Now, here's the weird thing. Her mother, when she described this woman to her mother said, oh my gosh. She's like, I bet you that was your grandmother, your fraternal grandmother, your dad's side. She had never met her. She died when she was like 4 or 5 years old. And she's like, and she lived in Colorado. And she's like, I didn't know her. But when I saw pictures of her a couple days later, she's like, because she was 13 when this happened. She says, I said, oh my gosh, that's my grandmother. She's like, but why would she come out of the mirror like a shadow person to scare the crap out of me?
Yeah.
And I gave her as good a reason and answer as anybody could. I said, she thinks you're ugly and she hates you.
No, case closed.
And she laughed because she was a very jokey person. And she's like, well, she looked a lot like me, so she might have hated herself. I said, good, that's the appropriate response. I was kidding with you. And she's like, I know. She's like, watch the show and you joke a lot. So thank you for taking that in stride, and thank you for that story.
Mystery solved, gang.
Missy, we appreciate it. So that's a short one. It's not real long, but I thought it would be enough to kill the time that we needed. Here we go. Let's get the guest on here. Oh, yeah, did you order these?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because one of them's not working too good. Yeah, I can barely hear it in this one.
Hello.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right.
So, folks, do you want to introduce yourself, or do you want me to? Or
Sure, I can do it.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. This is Fisher of Spam. I told you I'd be back. just hanging out up here, ready to talk to you guys. Hopefully,
Yeah.
maybe learn
So you want to
something.
go? Do you want to go by your code name, or we'll just leave it at that? We'll just say Fisher of Spam.
Sure, if you don't mind.
Okay, I will. No problem. So let me ask you a question. You have had, like, which you would be what I classify as an experiencer.
Yes.
Yeah. And so let's just start like I do with anybody. Let's start from the beginning, like when you were young.
All right. Well, as far as I know, man, paranormal stuff, for whatever reason, is quite attracted to me. Well, I mean, I know the reason, but it seems to be taking place on both sides of my family. My father and all them, they've had some crazy stuff happen to them when they lived here in Alabama as well as in Ohio.
Mm.
So the earliest stories that I am aware of, man, from them when they were young, living in Aroni, Alabama. This would be in about the 50s, if I'm not mistaken. Apparently, one night, they're all sleeping in the room, and some kind of giant green hand all of a sudden reaches into the window and grabs my aunt and starts lifting her up off of the bed. And they're all like they're all frozen, they're all freaked out. And eventually she screams and the thing drops her. And yeah, so that's their first crazy story there. I had some uncles that were up
What
in
did they
South.
think it? Hold on. What did they think it was, Spam? Like, what did they?
They don't really have a explanation for it. I mean, my aunt remembers everything extremely vividly. All the kids that were there remember it extremely vividly, but they never saw what it was outside of the window because they were so focused on the green hand. So,
Wow.
I mean, I guess if that's the immediate threat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Other than that, from them, let's see. I had some uncles that were out there coon hunting in South Ohio, and released the dogs. Heard them start treeing something, and they went to go follow it. All of a sudden, the dog started yipping and hollering and running back. And they're like, "What the heck? This don't happen to coon dogs. What's going on?" And all of a sudden, they're just hearing screaming and trees breaking and everything just going crazy out there, just coming straight for them. And so they're like frozen in fear. And then suddenly, something comes out of the woods, and they really don't know what it is. Uh, the only explanation they ever tell me, because I've pressed them on it 100 times, is it was the devil. They said this big old giant red thing just came out of the woods and came hollering at them. I mean, knowing the history of the area, I mean, my logical jump, it would be like a red Sasquatch or something. But truthfully, I really don't know. And they seem to want to give no other details other than it was the devil. So maybe it was. I don't know, man.
That's very common, actually. When somebody gives us a story, right, Anthony, we hear them call it the devil.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so that's pretty much the end of it. I mean, there's really not much else too interesting over there. We got maybe another uncle with the chupacabra, but of the blue dog variety. However, it did vanish in midair, so I don't
Wow.
know blue dog that can do that. But
Well, that's awesome, Fisher. Thank you for being on. You've been a great guest, and we'll let you run.
Take it easy.
yeah.
Peace.
Because you say, well, that's pretty much it. I was like, I'm messing with you.
Yeah. So on mom's side, let's see here. Her stories are pretty much when she was younger. She lived in Ohio, stayed a lot with her grandfather, who was outside of Detroit, right off of Lake Erie, if I'm not mistaken. And she said like when she was over there, it was like almost nightly that she'd be seeing UFOs coming in and out of the lake all night long. Her grandpa would stay out there and watch them. And then the next most interesting thing from their side, and then we can go on to my stuff, is a cousin of mine. When he was younger, he said that he was basically, I guess, contacted, for lack of a better words, by an alien that would wake him up every night from inside of his mirror. And he really doesn't really have like the details of what happens because he can't remember it. He can't remember any of it. But he remembers, it being a constant thing of the thing waking him up and then him being, you know, in the mirror and it coming out and doing whatever. So the only thing that he really remembers is its name, and its name was Feather. And he said the weirdest part about all of it, as if that's not weird enough, right? That when they finally moved to another house, when they moved that dresser, underneath of it was a feather. So,
That's
yeah,
weird.
strange stuff on both sides, man. Strange stuff. But
So he thought it was an alien. What made him think it was an alien and not just like a ghost or a spirit? Or I mean, did it appear to look, like what you would think of as an alien?
yeah, when I pressed him on it, he told me, he said, he's like, typical gray looking alien like you'd see on TV. That's really all the details he gave to me about it. I was like, okay.
Hmm.
So I don't know.
That
I
is
don't.
weird.
I don't have a good explanation. But the weirdness with me, man, I don't really have anything too interesting from like the earlier parts of my life. I mean, everything from me. I mean, I've got a couple like demon possession stories and stuff like that I could go into if you wanted that are interesting, involving black goo and stuff like that. I know we like that here. But
We like that here. Well,
We're big
yeah,
fans.
it's not that I like it. I mean, it's just that we talk about it because there's a lot of people who don't talk about that. They won't. They just. I know a guy
yeah,
who's got a very big Bigfoot channel, and he's a nice guy. I don't have a problem with him, but he's just like, no, we don't talk about that stuff.
yeah,
I mean, even though he's gotten reports of, I mean, he's seen it. I mean, not seen it, but he's got people who he's seen the reports. People reporting it.
right.
Involved with Bigfoot, and he just doesn't want it on his channel. That's his choice. But we talk about everything.
Oh
I think
yeah.
it's
Hey,
important.
everything's connected, man, and the more details
Hmm.
of things that seem to, interlock with one another should be very telling. It's sad that people don't want to put everything in there. But anyways, man. Um, so for me, I live in Fife, Alabama. All right. So at one point in time, like we were known, I believe, as the UFO capital of the world back in late '80s, early '90s, something like that. Like it was a big thing. Even till this day, we actually have a Fife UFO festival that happens every year. It nothing to do with that. It's about having fun with your family and all that. But that all started back in the '80s and '90s, and anybody can go online and do the research on it if they want to. Um, you'll be looking for a guy named Greg Oliphant III. He was a police officer in Fife who was tasked by the Alabama Cattlemen Association to look into all the cattle mutilations that were happening around that time. There's countless UFOs and stuff being sighted. Everybody's talking about it. It's in the news. It's everywhere. Nobody's like being reserved about it at all. I mean, it's pretty openly discussed. But yeah, so he was tasked to look into it. They had a lot of mutilations going on at the time, like I said. And the interesting thing about that, like once you go down that rabbit hole and start reading, after I tell you my story, you'll see that there's a lot of holes in what's going on, and I'll tell you why. So, the gist of it was, or at least from what I had learned from the chief of police from Fife after the fact, was there's a lot of weird things that was going on with his investigations, and that he would be where these mutilations took place, like almost like on the night of, like not long after it happened, you know. And he was kind of baffled by how he could know to be there. Like, it's not even daylight yet. How does he know to be there checking this stuff out? And he's got a partner involved in all this. He was chief of police of Albertville. He's now since deceased. I'm pretty sure Greg is too, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, when you find that guy's name, you check him out. You'll see like a lot of Masonic iconography going on his Facebook page from when he was deceased and all that. And it's interesting. Not that I'm trying to implement Masonic people in anything. I mean, I want to get that out there first. I'm not trying to say nothing bad. People are people, whatever. But the interesting thing about that is, in my opinion, that was the informant that told him to be there. And basically, the conclusion of their story ends up with him chasing this unmarked black helicopter back to the Anniston Army Depot. And so the interesting thing with that is that when all this stuff is going down, because in the timeline you'll see that it goes from UFOs to black unmarked helicopters, to the point of even, like, I believe on the news they were telling people, hey, special operations are going to be training in the area at night in your yards, please don't shoot them. So that's pretty normal, right? So in that story, with that concluding there at Anniston, before all that goes on, we're going to go to my wife's family now. With her family, with her father is coming home from work. It's real late at night. He's on a dirt road that's his cousin lives on. It's right there close to their house. And he's driving along, and he sees out in the pasture there's a light out there. And he's like, oh no, because his tractor's broke down or combine's broke down, something. I better stop and go out there and see if he needs any help. So he gets out and starts walking out there, and he realizes this is no tractor, no nothing like that. It's one of these UFOs that we're hearing about on the news. And his exact words to me was, how many times in your life are you going to see a UFO? So he keeps on going out there, walks right up to the thing and goes to touch it. He says right before he touches it, it shoots out a beam of light and hits him in the head. And he's out. And he wakes up the next morning, in his cousin's pasture, like, holy crap, what just happened? Oh my God. And then he remembers everything. He's just freaked out. He's freaked out. So he, instead of going home, he goes to his father. And his father was a very high-ranking person in the military. To give you a little bit of an idea of how important he was, he had his own helicopter crew that flew him back and forth from the Anniston Army Depot and Redstone Arsenal on the daily. So he goes and tells his dad what happened. His dad says, oh, that's okay. He's like, I hate it for you, man, but don't worry about it. I'm going to fix it. I was like, how are you going to fix it? How could you possibly fix this? But don't worry about it. I got this. I got this for you. I'll let my friends know, and we'll handle it. And he's just like, okay. So, in that timeline, is when things change. All of a sudden, instead of everybody seeing UFOs, they're seeing black unmarked helicopters. And I mean, the guy had like a schedule of when they would even be there on the farm and around the surrounding farms in our area. And they were always out there doing reconnaissance work. And eventually, it all stopped. It all ends. You read Mr. Oliphant's website. According to him, it was just the government out there checking for mad cow disease. Because apparently that was a thing back then. So, he definitely had a hand in stopping it. And the interesting thing is, besides it going to Anniston Army Depot, which is where he was, is that also he himself was a very high-ranking Mason. So the logical conclusion that I'm able to draw from that is that if the government wants something to stop and they want to do some kind of a cover-up, they need to make all this stuff happen without a paper trail, right? So how do you do that back channel? Well, if you've got two high-ranking guys connected with government and also Masons, there's your back channel. That's how dude's able to be there on his stakeout before the sun even comes up after something supposedly happens.
So, in your opinion, all of this UFO stuff, the government was involved or they knew about it? That's just the bottom line.
I think it's both. I think it's both, in my opinion. I think that they knew about it and they were doing something about it. What it was that they were doing, I don't know. But that is my personal belief that they were doing something to stop it or to at least redirect it for a time, because I can assure you it has not stopped, because that's where my story actually comes into play. But that's kind of like, just laying the background of everything that I'm going to tell you next. So for me, I know these stories, and it's really interesting. Heck, I mean, actually, my granduncle, when all this was going on, had a UFO land in the pasture right here, right next to my house. I played in the thing when I was a kid. It was no grass in it. Everything was dead, but it was a perfect little circle. So, I mean, all that stuff was fresh in my mind, and naturally, like everybody, I want to go and explore and find out, what's happening with all this stuff, right? So I start going down a path of finding this feller named Stephen Greer with the CE5 stuff. So, spoiler alert, everybody, please don't try any CE5. I'm begging you. It's a bad call. Bad call. But at that time, I'm pretty dumb. So I try it multiple times at night. I found that for me personally, for whatever reason, it was actually fairly easy to do the whole astral projection thing. I don't know why that is. I have a few theories, but for me, it was easy. And I got in contact with multiple different beings every single night that I tried this. Would you like me to go into detail what some of those conversations were with what I can remember, or do you want me to skip ahead?
Well, here's the thing. You have so much information from what I know. I would like to record with you so that we could release it's all of its in its entirety
Sure.
for like a Thursday episode. Well, the Thursday episodes are now Wednesdays because I'm doing Blondes and Booze for 2 months. But so it would come out like on a Wednesday, and we could record, and that reaches a wider audience. But for tonight, I mean, we don't have an infinite amount of time, but we can, because I have to get up. I got to go do something early tomorrow. I got a convention to go to.
Right.
Or what do you call it?
Sure.
Is it a convention? What's it called? I don't know what it's called.
It's like a collector's expo.
It's an expo. So I have to go. Yeah. So I have something to do tomorrow. So, but I would like to, I mean, like pick, what you want to talk about. It's your, and just whatever you want to talk about. You were doing, let's do it this way. Let me ask you a question. You were doing remote viewing or you were doing astral projection or both?
I would say probably astral projection, but I don't know enough of the terminology between the two to really put a definitive answer on that.
Okay, well, let me give it to you like this, and I'll tell the audience here. They kind of bleed into each other. Now, a person that specifically does astral projection will tell you that it's not remote viewing, and a remote viewer will tell you it's not astral projection. But that's splitting technical hairs, because I know people who remote view. There's a guy that he's written books. He used to actually share the office here, and he was a remote viewer, and he would do it too. I mean, he could actually hit targets for real. And I didn't use him to do anything because I don't really mess with that. But he did it for a few different people, and then he could also astral project, and so. But he would use the astral projection in his remote viewing. In the remote viewing, you can just do it like you can see from the comfort of your living room or whatever. You can kind of like ascertain what it is, depending on your skill level. Now, the really, really powerful remote viewers and astral projectors are people who don't need to really practice or focus. They just do it naturally. I had a couple on my mom's side, my dad's side of the family, and my mom's side of the family. My dad's side of the family is my dad's mother's side in particular. They had like a person that would do it just, he literally, we were at the lake one family reunion, and he's my dad's cousin, and he lost his keys he had him like on his belt, whatever, and people go swimming and then cut off shorts. If you're country people, you don't care. It's not like you don't have to wear swimming trunks, whatever, but he had his keys on his belt and just been drinking and went out there, but he lost them. And so that night he couldn't find them. And this is back when you had to have keys to unlock he had a Jeep, to unlock his Jeep and to drive it. He couldn't just, you know what I mean? Like it was messed up, like he was stuck. Mm-hmm. So he told me, and I'll never forget this, I was like 8, 9-year-old kid. He says, don't worry, I was 9 or 10. He says, I can go to sleep and I'll find where they're at. And the next day, sure enough, I wake up and it was morning and I see him out there waiting around, and I just saw him pick him up. And he's like, my other cousin, my dad's other cousin, well, my cousin too, was standing on the shore, and he was like standing there with his hands on his hips, and he's like, I got it. And he knew exactly where he lost him, because he went. So I asked him about that, and he said, and my Uncle Buck said he was full of shit, but that was Buck's answer to everything other than Bigfoot. Buck believed in Bigfoot because he claimed to have seen it a couple times, but he called them boogers, like a lot of country folks, he'd say they'd hide behinds, boogers, whatever. And he's like, he's full of, he can't, but I said, well, it's pretty odd because he lost them. And maybe he had an idea where they were, I don't know. But I asked him about it, and he says, well, what I did was right before I went to sleep, he's like, I tense my body up. He goes, and I focus really, really hard. He goes, I've been able to do this since I was a kid, and I come out of my body. He's like, first time it happened to me, I was 7 years old. At that time, he was almost 30. And he was like, yeah. And then I just go, and so I went out into the water, and I looked, and I found him. He's like, he goes, and I said, how do you do it? If it was dark, how could you see? He's like, it's not, you can see. It's different. Like, he goes, you can illuminate it. And he was telling me all this stuff. But I was a kid, and I thought, man, I don't believe in this. It's just, I don't know. But he wasn't a joker. He wasn't, there was another person in the family that's a joker. That's not him.
Right.
So I thought it was weird, I don't know. And he always managed to, every deer season, bag the biggest buck. And he would joke that he would be out in the forest walking around in the spirit, and he would find them, and he would go straight to them the next day. And he did this every year, for like 10 years. And I hunted 7 years in a row and only killed 2 bucks in my whole life. And one was when I was 11, and then the other one wasn't until I was a teenager. I had a drought there. And after I bagged the second one, I never did it again because I just didn't like the way it felt.
Right.
I don't know. It was something about it. I just couldn't do it.
I get it, man. I get it. Well, yeah. So, well, suffice it to say, for about 4 nights, if I'm remembering correctly, I did it each night. All right, and I had interactions with creatures that were interesting, and the thing about it was I was just so confused. Like, am I really doing this, or am I just imagining it? Like, surely this just can't be real. Maybe my imagination is just running away from me,
Yeah, how do
But
you differentiate?
exactly, like there's no proof that you're doing it until, for me, well, the proof kind of showed up. So it was on the night of, it was the fifth night, and the wife and I are laying in bed, and she and I both wake up to something outside of our window making this god awful racket, man. Eh, I don't have really a good way of explaining how it sounds. I mean, it sounded like maybe, I don't know, just two critters out there fighting or something. And she woke me up. She's like, "Jim, go get the dog." I'm like, "Oh, fine. Let me go get the dog. Let me go get the dog." And so I go out there. I'm walking around looking for the dog. I can't find the dog nowhere. I walk all over this, around the camper. I walk all over the pasture. I can't find the dog anywhere. I'm like, this is weird. I'm like, well, whatever. Whatever it is, it's not doing it now, and nothing that I can tell is out here. So mission accomplished. So I go back in and lay down. Did you get the dog? Yeah, I got the dog. It's all good. Let's go back to bed. All right. So we get comfortable and we're fixing to go to bed again. And it starts up again, and she's over there just hitting on me at that point. Go get that daggone dog. I've got to start working day shift tomorrow. I've got to get some sleep. Okay, okay. Don't come back till you get it took care of. All right, I got it. So I pick up the flashlight and I go out there once again. I'm bound and determined, man. I'm walking all over the place, just calling the dog, looking everywhere. Nothing. There's nothing out there. It is just dead silent. Not a cricket, not a nothing. I'm out there a good, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes trying to find the dog. So I'm like, "Ah, God, I'm gonna have to give up. Gonna have to give up. I can't find it." I'm like, all right. So I start walking back. And right before I'm fixing to go in, I notice above the tree line that there's a light hanging there in the sky. And it's, I don't know, a couple 100 feet above the trees or so. I mean, that's kind of the way it looks to me from my vantage point. And this light is about, I don't know, baseball size or so. And it's, to describe the color to everybody, it is warm white, like a light bulb, almost bordering on the orange color. And all of a sudden, you know, all the stories that I've heard about everything that happened out here comes rushing back to me. And I say it out loud. I'm like, I don't know what you are, but I don't want no part of this. And I go back in the house, but before I do, I shine the flashlight up the driveway. And I'm sorry, guys, it's a little hard, but if I'm lying, I'm dying, everyone. I know what I saw. Um, Standing at the end of the driveway is a figure, and my light is lighting up all around it. Not very bright. It's a floodlight, not a spotlight, so I don't have like pristine detail of everything, but I can see everything enough. And I see the outline of the shadow standing there. It's blacker than the blackest black. It's like absorbing all the light around it, to the point where, even though my light's not very bright, I can see the entire outline and detail of this thing, sans like the actual true color of it, assuming. And I'm just frozen in fear. This thing is at least 7 to 8 foot tall. It's got a decent sized head. I mean, it's not comical, oversized melon type thing. No, it's larger than a person's, but it's not too disproportional from its body. Uh, Fairly long neck and flat shoulders. And if I describe, the way that particular bit of it looks, like from the shoulders to the end of its rib cage is very angular, very triangular type shape. Real long arms. I mean, the thing's fingers, I remember, was hanging well below its knees. Very spindly and not very muscular. Fingers, man, are just long, 10, 12 inches. I mean, they're very, very long. We go back up, like where our stomachs are. I mean, it's like it's nothing there. It's like somebody took like leather or spandex or something and just stretched it down from your rib cage over your spine. It's like there's no organs in this thing. Like I feel like I could wrap my hands around this thing's stomach. We keep on going down. I can see the pelvis. It's very heart shaped. It looks like your skeleton hanging up in your science class, like somebody just stretched skin over it. Like you can see the hip bones jutting up. Goes on down. Super long legs, and they have a little bit more definition and musculature to them. The weird thing though about it is like where our ankle is and our foot should begin, this thing has an extra like joint or digit or whatever that comes out, then a big, quite large foot. It's very reminiscent to me of I guess an insect or something. So that's what's standing there at the end of my driveway. It's not looking at me, and I'm just frozen with the light directly on it. It turns its head and looks, and its eyes go wide like, oh crap, it sees me. And then it turns and runs up the dirt road. And I can see a good 200 feet of distance, and it makes that space. I mean, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's gone. I mean, it's fast. And it kind of struck me off guard. Sorry, I'm seeing it in my head right now. It's kind of bothering me. But like those eyes, man, it just it's reflecting back my light. I mean, it's the exact color of my flashlight. It's just white, all white. It's not like it's not like an animal's eyes, glowing at night. It's almost like it has like something over its eyes is the best way I would know how to describe it. Uh, and yeah, it takes off, and I'm just frozen in place. It's just me, my flashlight, and my boxers. I'm just hanging out, just watching that thing run across the dirt road. And as soon as it's out of my line of sight, I snap out of it. I can move again, and I run back into the house. I grab my pistol, chamber around, and I stand there in front of that door, and I'm just losing it, man. I'm scared out of my mind. If I hear any noise whatsoever, I am unloading all 18 rounds through the walls at this thing. And, I'm just standing there in terror for minutes. I mean, I think I stood there for, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20. I don't know. It was a long time. At least that's how it felt. And suddenly, I hear a voice in my head, mind speak. And this voice, it tells me, if I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Go back to sleep. And I don't know how to explain it, but like it's like I turn into a zombie or a robot. I have no control of my body whatsoever. I disengage the magazine, rack the slide, pop the bullet out, put it all down on the couch, walk into my room, climb in the bed, and then I'm out. But the whole time, that I'm unloading and everything, like I'm coherent, like I'm there, and I'm screaming at myself, no, 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 don't listen to it. You can't leave. You have to stay up. You've got to protect everyone. You can't. But I have no control. And then next thing I know, it's the next day. I'm waking up, screaming, freaked out, running for the gun, and trying to figure out what's going on. So,
How long did you do all this? Like, how long were you involved in doing this?
which parts?
Well, like the astral projecting, the remote viewing, whatever you want to call it. I mean, what you
Oh,
were
okay.
doing.
So I was only this. That would have been night 5. I did it for 4 nights, talking and speaking to things, and night number 5 is when this thing seems to show up. So I guess that was my confirmation that maybe that CE5 stuff might have had something to it. And yep.
And so, did anything happen to you outside of doing the remote viewing thing? Did you experience anything? Anything happen?
No, nothing.
Not like something followed you or anything like that?
No, I mean, I if something did, I have no recollection of it. It was just more of a, hey, I'm interested in this kind of stuff. Okay, this guy seems to have an answer of how you can try to find out some answers, initiate some contact. Let's give it a shot. I mean, that's all it kind of was to me. And then, bada bing, bada boom, there she is.
And you don't do it anymore?
Oh no, oh no, 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 no. After that, man, things go downhill. I mean, it totally shook me up. It rocked my faith hard. And
Your faith in what?
my faith in God. I was kind of like, I don't know. It made me question a lot of things because in my mind, this is, I I don't I don't believe that it was at this point, but at that time it's like aliens are real, ancient aliens, all that. That's what it is. It has to be, right? But like, after that is, I have all kind of things going on with sleep paralysis and shadow men. I mean, there's a ghost story in there. I've got dog man. I mean, there is technically a Sasquatch story that happens way before all this. That's funny, but I don't know if you want me to tell it, but I can. It's a good one, but I mean, I had
Go for it. Whatever you saw.
Sure. Okay. So I'm like 17 when this part happens. So up until this, I guess this would be my one and only experience. And a buddy of mine, we're coming back from doing some stuff real late at night, and we're fixing to be going over an area that's called Matheny's Bridge. And this place is known for all kind of high strangeness, to say the least. Everything from ghost girls in white veil gowns walking around to ghost wolves chasing your car. I mean, crazy stuff. And actually, it actually has a history of Bigfoot that goes back into the 1800s. I think there's a goat man story about a guy fighting a goat man or whatever in like the 60s out of there. So I mean, it's known as a very, very strange place. But anyways, we're fixing to be at that point. My friend has to go to the bathroom. He can't hold it no more. He's like, dude, just pull over. Dude, just pull over. I'm like, fine. We're fixing to be in the middle of nowhere. We'll pull over. So we pull over. He's out there peeing. And I start tapping my brakes to light him up, just to be a douche. And he's over there, quit it, dude, quit it. I'm like, haha, look at you. And all of a sudden he starts screaming. And I'm just like, what in the world? What? And he's screaming bloody murder. He's side hopping, crab hopping, whatever. It's back to the car, and I'm just like, what in the world's going on? He gets in there, he's like, just screaming his head off, just go, 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 go. I'm like, what is wrong with you, you psycho? He's like, just go. He's trying to shift it in the drive. I'm just like, fine. We're going. So we start going. He's still sitting there screaming, and I'm just like, dude, what is wrong? It's like two things. I was like, one, I zip myself up and I'm bleeding everywhere.
Oh, he zipped up that fast. Oh,
Yeah.
no. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's leaking through his pants, poor fella. It was pretty bad.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, well, what's the second thing? He's like, I noticed eventually that when you tapped your brake lights, there was something standing in front of me. He said it was way taller than me and just massive. And every time you tap your brakes, man, it'd light up its eyes, and I could see it. And he's like, that's what scared me, and that's how this all happened. So I was like, well, what is it?
Yeah.
I was like, well, what'd you see? He's like, I don't know, man, Sasquatch. I was like, oh, okay. We saw Sasquatch. That sucks, man. I hate it for you. Hate that you mangled yourself over that. That sucks. So there's your funny Sasquatch story. That's the only thing prior to that, other than like, I mean, we saw like UFOs and stuff like that at night. And one night we decided to go chase them and in the car, and we'd feel like we'd be getting close, and all of a sudden it'd just wink out, then pop up again in another city, and we'd drive to that city, and it'd wink out, pop up again another. I mean, yeah, that's the prior.
And this is all after your CE5 stuff, or
No.
is it before?
This is before. This is like when I was a teenager. My CE5 stuff would be in my 20s.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I guess I'm not really counting all the stuff like that. That to me is kind of small, but I'm not really counting it as terribly paranormal. I mean, it's kind of run of the mill and funny, I guess. But I mean, after the CE5 stuff is when things got super serious.
Yeah, I'll bet that sounds really. It's like deep sea fishing, like you have no idea what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Kind of just. There's that movie Flash Gordon. You ever seen it?
No, but I'm here for it. What's up?
Well, the villain on that movie is a guy called Ming the Merciless, and there's a quote that he has that always stuck with me. He was like, "You humans are so foolish, hurling your bodies into the void." Talking about space, hurling your bodies into the void without any inclination as to who or what is out there. And that's kind of like what we're compelled to do whenever we get curious about like your CE5 stuff or astral projection, remote viewing, especially Ouija boards. People are fascinated with Ouija board stuff, but it's all kind of like, it's not all the same thing, but I think it all kind of taps into like the same. Like the same energies or the same, like it's all geared towards like trying to see what's on the other side, Scary.
Yeah, whenever you try to pursue things, I mean, eventually, at least from what I've, learned through my experiences, man, it seems like, eventually you get so far down the rabbit hole, and it seems like there's two paths ahead of you eventually. One will either lead you to Jesus, like it did for me eventually, or it'll lead you into the occult, and you'll start trying things like CE5 or a seance or what have you, and then all of a sudden you start trying to peer into that void, and that void starts peering at you, And all of a sudden Pandora's box gets open, and and like I said, after that, man, it was just it's I'm seeing UFOs. I'm seeing, like, in broad daylight. I'm seeing uh, shadow people at night. I saw a dog man after that. These things are seemingly, you know, unrelated, like in normal paranormal type situations. You're like, oh, okay, Bigfoot's the thing. Okay, but then nothing else is real, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like it, I don't know, man. It's like it would make sense in my situation. Like if I just saw UFOs or aliens or whatever, after that point, that would make sense. But to have all the other stuff going on, including like a dog man of all things,
Yeah.
how is that possible? It shouldn't be unless it is all
And
connected.
yeah, exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. Um, it, it's got to be all connected because it's like, why is it that when you kind of knowingly and like when you actively and knowingly open yourself up to like being contacted by extraterrestrial beings, that you're like you also open yourself up to seeing all this other weird stuff that you thought had nothing to do with aliens, you know,
Right,
but yet here it is, and you're seeing it.
right,
You know,
exactly.
it just kind of walks into your life with everything else. Like, hey, I didn't invite you. It's like, well, yeah, you did. You just didn't know it.
Yep, yep.
So you said that on the same night that your friend saw this Bigfoot, this Sasquatch, while he was taking a leak, uh, which is like one of the worst times to see anything, by the way.
Right.
The poor guy, I feel really bad for him. But on the same night, like right after that, y'all had seen a UFO. Is that what you said earlier?
Oh, no, no. I mean, it would be within the same time frame, probably.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know, probably within a couple months of each other at least. I mean, because it was all the events were in the summer, and strangely, that pattern does seem to keep lining up for me. Everything, for whatever reason, seems to always happen to me in the summer. I'm not really sure why that is, but I mean, yeah, yeah. So I don't
And
know.
did you have any more like did you have any other shared experiences with him, or was that the only one?
No, no, that was the only one. It
Okay,
wasn't
so
too much longer after that. He decided to move back up to Michigan. Poor guy.
oh man,
Yeah,
so
Detroit
everything else
sucks.
just happened to you.
Yeah, yeah. He could have stayed here with me. That'd have been fun. Could have had more experience. But
Well, I don't
uh,
blame him. I mean, he probably did he know? Oh, hang on, this was before you were into the CE5 stuff. Well,
yeah,
either way, if he saw it with you, he probably figured, well, I better get away from this dude.
yeah,
You know,
right. Yeah,
it's all your fault somehow.
yeah. Probably, probably. I should have been making fun of him while he was paying. Couldn't resist that.
Well, I mean, everybody, and it's kind of a rite of passage with dudes. Like,
Yeah,
you got to kind of mess with them and pretend you're gonna leave them.
yeah, yeah. Got to.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, what are
All
some
right.
of your other encounters with these beings after your CE5 stuff? I mean, because we've gotten into the what I'm assuming is like the main and probably most kind of terrifying encounter. But you said you've seen like a lot of other things too, right?
Right. Um. So it's not too much longer after that. We move. We're living in Gunnersville at that time, and that's when the sleep paralysis really starts hitting.
Oh,
Um, the the first vivid one that I can recall. I wake up in paralysis. I can't move. My eyes are open, and it's just the feeling of dread. Like there's something here, and it's like I can feel that there is something approaching the bedroom, and I can't move. I can't talk. There's nothing. and I'm just utterly terrified, right? And I feel like it's at the precipice, fixing to come through the door into the room. And then all of a sudden, I feel something pop like into existence, I guess, like right beside me. And I can't see it. I mean, it's just outside of the periphery of my vision of where I'm able to see. And it lays its hand on me. Like, I mean, I feel it. Like, it lays its hand on me, and it starts, I'm pretty sure, shouting, because like I can feel the vibrations in the air. I can't hear what's being said. I can't see what's happening, but there's something standing there with its hands on me, yelling at whatever this thing is coming into the room. I mean, it feels like it's got its hands up, yelling at it. And then all of a sudden, both of them disappear. And then my wife walks in from work, and I'm waking up like as soon as the feeling of that thing disappearing, I'm up. I'm like, oh God, it's time to kill or try to kill whatever that was. I'm
Yeah.
ready to defend myself. I'm freaked out. And she's walking and she's like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, did you see anything? He's like, no, just your crazy butt. It's like, oh my God, you don't even know what you just saved me from. And yeah, I had a couple experiences like that, man.
But you couldn't see either one of these beings.
No, I could not see it. I knew that one felt like just an absolute predator, man. Like evil was just rolling off of it. Whereas the other one, I mean, if I had to put a good finger on it, I'd probably say it was an angel. I mean, I can't prove that because I didn't see it.
Yeah.
But that's just the impression that I get from that personal experience. I mean, I don't really know what to make of it other than being crazy, Let's see here. Um, I had another ghost experience in that house. At least I think it was a ghost. I don't know. I don't really know how to feel about ghosts, if I'm being honest. But it was an
Really?
odd. Yeah, it was an odd one, and it didn't really scare me, even though it was freaky. Um, like so I'm laying there asleep, and for whatever reason, I'm laying on my arm on my side, and my arm is sticking straight up, and this thing grabs my hand and just throws it down forcefully and starts screaming in my ear, I hate you, get out of here. And obviously that motion and somebody screaming in my ear is waking me up. So I wake up and I look and I see this little black figure, like running to the end of my bed and crouching down.
It's like a humanoid figure?
Yeah, I mean, smaller, but humanoidal. And I don't know why. I mean, just in my brain, it just registered as ghost. I mean, I get up and look at the end of the bed. There's nothing there. And I just, say to the wind, whatever. I don't care. Leave me alone. And just go back to bed. Wife's asleep. She don't see nothing. Um, let's see. There's one more that really stands out that is hard to talk about. I don't know how much time we got. I can go into it if you want.
Yeah, we
I
have
can.
time.
Okay. All right. So this next one, like I said, it's hard, man. So bear with me if I start
Yeah. I mean,
blanking.
you just take your time and you can, there's no pressure. You tell it however you need to tell it.
All right. So we're in bed, and I have a daughter born at this time, and she's about 1. She's in her crib, and all of a sudden, I'm instantly awake. I'm in sleep paralysis, and once again, I feel there's a predator. There's evil. There's something coming to the room, And this time it's heightened, man, because my kid's in the crib at the foot of the bed. It's gonna get to her first before it gets to me, and I'm freaking out. I'm praying, and admittedly, everybody, I mean, at this point in my life, I'm still, not the Christian that I needed to be at that time. I was still having a lot of trouble with my faith. But, I'm doing everything I can. I'm praying, I'm meditating, trying to tell this thing to leave, go away. And then I have the thought of trying to maybe, because nothing's working. What if I astral project and try to attack it that way? Maybe that'll work. So I focus, and I'm able to do it, and I feel like I'm ready to fight. I go charging out there, in in the mind's eye, it's all black, right? Like I see nothing for whatever reason, but all of a sudden I see this gray hand just out of nowhere, just smack down right on my head. And as soon as that happened, I'm like instantly back in my body, and I'm just convulsing, shaking. It feels like I'm being electrocuted, and there, there's no sensation other than the agony of what feels like being electrocuted. That's all I know. It's just static. It's just pain. It's just I have no idea how long it goes for. I have no coherent thought. I just remember just writhing in agony. And finally, like a switch, it stops. And once again, I'm instantly up. I've got the pistol. I'm tactically clearing the house, and I'm trying to do whatever I can. And uh, suffice it to say, after that, the little one slept in the bed with us ever since. I'm happy to be the bait that sits there at the door first, if it means her not having to experience any of that.
Did this thing ever come back?
Let me think here. Maybe. I,
How
I
so?
feel like I feel like the very last episode that I have at the very end of my stories, I feel like it was it, and I uh, had resolution at the end. So the very last story, there's resolution. But I mean, if you want me to skip ahead to the end, I can, or if you want me to keep on going with what happens after I leave Gunnersville and come back to Fife, I can. We can go whatever
Just
direction.
however you're, and the ball's in your court, man. Just however you're most comfortable sharing your own experiences.
All right.
Like you don't have to worry about what I want to hear, what the audience has to hear. That this is about you telling what's happened to you
Right.
in a way that you're comfortable telling it. Don't worry about anyone else.
Okay. Well, from there we moved back in with my parents. We were back here at Fife. We're starting to build our own house over here, and I have sleep paralysis episodes there. Um, it's weird, the correlation of summertime for me, and usually after a hard rain. I don't know why. There was a time where I thought, maybe it's like black mold or something, and I do take precautions to try and make sure that that's not a factor, because it's not fun. It's not fun at all. And I remember one night, I'm out there on the back porch, I'm writing a book, and I feel something behind me. I don't know if anybody have ever experienced, like you're not really paying attention and you feel somebody coming behind you, like a pressure change or whatever. But that's what I was feeling. Um, and I'm just like, okay, maybe it's my mom coming to check on me after I get in from work or something. So I just ignore it. and I turn and look, and there's nothing. I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I go back to writing, music going in the phone earphones, and I feel it come back, and this time it's like it feels like it's just hanging out the door. I'm like, okay, all right, well, I'm gonna catch whoever this is. I pause the music, keep typing. Then all of a sudden I just stop and I start talking to him like, "Can I help you? Because you're really annoying me right now." And it just flees, whatever it was, it flees, and it was like, all right, whatever. And then one night we, after that, so I wait, I'm asleep, and I wake up to the bed moving, and I'm hearing something, and I don't know what it is. I wake up and I look, and my wife is over there next to me, with her arms wrapped around the kid, just shaking and speaking in tongues. For me, as growing up Pentecostal, that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
I've grown up around that. That's not like necessarily surprising, but for her, who has not, and kind of was freaked out about it when she was first introduced to it,
It's a bit
it
of a
was kind
culture
of
shock.
shocked. Yeah, I'm like, what is going on? And then the secondary thought of, what's wrong with my shoulder right now? What is this cold thing touching me, and why does it feel like I'm being electrocuted again? And I turn over, and as soon as I start moving, it stops. It lets go of me, and there's a guy, a shadow man there, standing there, and I'm just like shocked. I'm in disbelief. I'm like, what's happening right now? And it starts backing away, backing away. It goes into the closet, and I jump up. I'm ready to go. I dive into that closet. Nothing. Nothing there. The weird part about it is, eventually, I heard her stop, and I was like, well, I guess it's gone. I'm not finding it. So I get out of the closet, and I go back to bed. Eventually, after I'm able to wind down, I wake up. And there's a big red mark on my shoulder where the thing touched me, and my shoulder was numb for, I don't know, maybe a month. I mean, it was a long time.
Oh,
I mean, it's weird because, like, if I focus on it, I can still kind of feel it. So I don't know. That was a strange one. Um, let's see here. I guess from there, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit because I have all kind of strange dreams and stuff like that. Like I've had very odd dreams, and I've kind of developed the ability to start calling out while I'm asleep. I'm calling on the name of Jesus. That's the only thing that seems to really work.
yeah.
And my wife, doesn't sleep very heavy. She's a very light sleeper, which I wish she would have been able to help me through a few more of these, but I digress. But she'll always wake me up, be like, "Jim, you're mumbling in your sleep." I'm like, "Oh, thank you for waking me up. Thank you, thank you, thank you." But so I mean, all that stuff's kind of going on, and I'm still kind of on the fence about some of the stuff, and I'm trying to figure things out. And I think this experience was only 3 years ago, maybe two. All right, so it's very odd. Um, so I'm at work, and our last break of every night, this big dog keeps coming out there to us. And in my mind, I'm thinking it's a husky because that's all I've ever had that looks close to this. And it looks pretty husky-ish. Sweet dog, real nice. It has a collar on it. We call the kid up that owns it. Apparently, he's some 14-year-old kid riding his bike at night. with his wolf dog, because we find out it's actually, according to him, 60 some odd percent wolf. And I don't know, he's just being edgy, riding around town, and his wolf dog keeps breaking off leash and coming and hanging out with us every night. And one night, it happens again, I guess, as I'm walking out to go home. I've got my AirPods in. I'm listening to a podcast, oddly enough, about Dogman. And, I hear the clickety-clacky of claws running on pavement. So obviously, with the nature of what I'm hearing, I'm freaking out. Maybe I might have a touch of PTSD in my life now. But so I freak out. I jump up. I spin around. I'm landing in a full karate stance. I'm ready to just try to not die. And it was the dog. And it goes skittering away, veered away. And I feel awful because this dog been hanging out with us at night. We've been loving on it, petting on it, feeding it beef jerky. And it was real nice, real sweet. And I feel awful. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, whatever your name is. I pet her. I told her she was a good dog. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare her. I was like, look, I'm sorry. I'd take you home with me because apparently your owner's not taking very good care of you. I was like, but I can't. Just got a new dog. I'm sorry. I can't bring you. And this thing is just not wanting to let me get out of its grasp, basically. But I make it in the car, I start it up, I start driving, and this thing is just running circles around the car as I'm going out of the parking lot and starting on the road. I mean, it's keeping up with me for a decent little bit. But eventually it drops off, or I just stop paying enough attention to it, one. And, I don't think any more of it. It's just whatever, weird. And I'm maybe 10, 12 miles at most away from home. Still listening to the same podcasts, trying to learn about Dogman because I think it's interesting. Then all of a sudden, I see up the road, there's something big on the side of the road by a fence. I'm like, what in the world is this? It's underneath a street lamp, and I'm slowing down, and I've got my high beams on. And I get a great look. I mean, I can see every single detail of this critter standing there, or sitting there. It's a Dogman. This thing is, even though it's sitting down in the grass, and this big old fence is like every bit of 5 foot tall. That 5 foot tall fence, as that thing sits down, is only coming up to like the very bottom of this thing's neck. It's built like a human. It's just classic Dogman. And I'm just blown away. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm yelling this aloud as I'm driving by this thing. Are you serious right now? What is going on? I'm literally listening about you. What's happening? What the hell? I'm just like dumbfounded. I'm just blown away. And I drive past it, and then it dawns on me. The coloration of this Dogman is the exact same coloration of the wolf dog that I almost brought home. It's exact. I mean, it's a little different. It doesn't have its collar on. Obviously, it's humongous now. I mean, its ears don't look like, what you typically hear about. Instead of being like triangular or pointed, or standing straight up like knives or something like that. It looks like a German Shepherd's ears. And, like I said, it looks like essentially that big white lichen out of the Underworld series. That's proportions wise. It's what it looks like. It's not like bodybuilder size. It's definitely defined. It's definitely muscular, but it's not like, the Incredible Hulk with a wolf head. It's not that. But it's coloration. It's exactly to a T, the wolf dog. And and like I've mentioned before, that town where I work at, it's got a huge occultic population. I mean, there's all kind of craziness out there, and I don't know what to make of that. I don't know how to explain that.
What do you mean, like a cultic population? What does that mean?
A lot of Satanists out there, a lot of Wiccan people out there, a lot of dark arts. I've tried to like kind of get a little bit of answers. Like I've talked to friends of mine that that are much older and have grown up there their whole life, and I've made these observations about the people that I've seen that I work with that are from here. I'm like, hey, has this always been a thing? And essentially he told me, he's like, yeah, man. He's like, dude, growing up, we'd listen to the scanners at night, and police were constantly going out to the cemetery because of satanic rituals and stuff like that going on out there. All kind of mutilated critters everywhere. And he said it's always been like this. We don't know why. So
This phenomena where people have had like a dog or something like follow them home. This is not. This happens. I mean, we had a show we did called Beware of Dog, and that was after that, or since that show, we've probably gotten half a dozen stories of people that had taken pets home and they thought that something weird was wrong with the pet. That they took it home and something happened. I think the weirdest story we got in that regards was somebody who actually brought a turtle home, and some weird stuff started happening. Yeah, they literally took a turtle out of a not a pond. It was like a drainage ditch. And when they took it home, it kept going to the door trying to get out, and their kid kept like grabbing it and trying to keep it in the house. And eventually, some weird stuff happened. Like it didn't turn into a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, but there was some weird things that happened. Like this thing was like, "Look, I'm not a normal animal. You need to let me out, or it's going to be bad." But that was the weirdest one, only because of the kind of animal it was.
right.
I had another one with a cat. It was a black cat that somebody brought into their house, and it kept getting out while they were at work, and they couldn't figure out how. It wasn't a stray. They got it. They took it. They adopted it, but it kept getting out of the house. That's a story we haven't told that story. We have not told that story on the show, have we?
I don't believe so.
I don't think we've told that one yet. But it kept getting out, and then they figured out. And so we have a cat that does that. It can open doors. But it wasn't like this. Martis is just a little goofball. This animal, they were of the opinion that this thing was something more than a cat, and it was just pretending to be a cat. And they would find it outside all the time. And one day, the neighbor finally came over to them and said, "Look, I saw something weird in your backyard, and it was on two legs." And he's like, "It's just been bothering me and bothering me and bothering me." And so this happened in Salt Lake City, Utah. And so the neighbors were Mormons, and they told him, you have something demonic in your yard. So this guy, he's not anything. He doesn't believe anything. Or he didn't, and he was like thinking, okay, yeah, these Mormons who are, hyper focused on religion, they're going to tell me I have a demon in the backyard. And then his daughter came over, and he had a daughter. He had two daughters that were way different in age, like 15. I think it was like 15 years or something. He had a daughter that wasn't supposed to happen, and so him and his wife, they had a daughter that was already older, which would have been his daughter, not his wife's daughter. His first wife had died, and so he got remarried and ended up having a kid and didn't know he could. So she was like a miracle. And so the older daughter came over and said, "I saw a large black cat run out from underneath the garage," and she said it was about 5 times the size of a normal house cat. And he was like, "What?" And she was like, "Yeah, it looked like a jaguar or a panther. Like it was in the..." And so she's like, "You need to be careful because Tim," that literally was the name of their black cat. He named it Tim. I don't know what that's people name pets weird things. I had a neighbor who named his dogs, or his my roommate's neighbor, when she moved out and had a neighbor, whatever, she had a dog and she named it Allie, so like a girl's name. And I thought it was weird because her sister's name was Allie. So anyway, people name pets weird things. I'm not judging, but Tim was not inside where it should have been. And I thought it was, like when he's telling me this story, I thought it was, okay, well, that would have convinced him. No, he was still not convinced until finally his youngest daughter, who I believe he said she was like 7 or 8 or something, saw it going up the stairs and morphing into a 2-legged being, which scared the crap out of her. And then that was the end. They were like, okay, it's this cat. And then when they put it when they finally got the nerve to grab it and put it inside of a crate, they're taking it back to the shelter. When they get to the shelter, it's not in the crate, it's gone.
Wow.
So, and there's a lot more to it than that whole story. But, he got in touch with me and he said, hey, ex-sister-in-law, former sister-in-law, whatever, his ex-wife's, the one that, well, I would say ex, I guess it would have been his deceased wife's sister, turned me on to your show. And so he was going through and he listened to Beware of Dog, and she told him, you need to hear that because it sounds like what happened with Tim.
Yeah.
And then he asked me a weird question. He said, do you think what I named it could have... I said, I don't think so. Not necessarily naming it some infernal name, some satanic name, then I would say probably if you're naming it, Metastopheles or something, they're probably going to have some problems,
Yeah.
I wouldn't name anything that, and I told him that. I wouldn't name it any demonic name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can say I'm glad that I didn't take that critter home with me. Yeah, it turns out it might have been a bad thing. It's a little weird too because like a week before, my grandmother was seeing something, like in our wood line here, and I don't know if it has anything to do with it or not. It's an odd coincidence. She's like, "Hey, Bubba, did you see that weird black thing walking back there in the back and by the wood line?" I'm like, "No, what are you talking about?" She's like, "Well, there's this big hairy thing back there. I think it's a bear." I'm like, "A bear?" I said, "Grandma, we don't have bears here. They've been extinct for, I don't know, 60 years or better in our area at least." She's like, "Well, what else is that big, walks on 2 legs, and has a snout?" Like, I'm like, 2 legs the whole time? Yeah, never dropped down. 2 legs the whole time. I'm like, oh, well, I hope that's not what I think it might be, but I don't know. I'm like only 10 miles away from Athens, so who knows? It could be anything. Could be that thing's critter, and I don't know. Maybe it's connected. Maybe, I know that Satanism has like some stuff like where you progress so far where you can become a werewolf or become a vampire or whatever in their thing. I don't know much about that crap, but I know it's something in there. But it makes me wonder because like, if that dog was actually the dog man, or I actually feel like it was a female. I don't know why. I couldn't tell anything like outwardly that told me it, but it was just the impression that I got from it. And I don't know if that's real or not, but that's just what I felt in my spirit at the time. But it makes me wonder, like, maybe this is somebody that's done some kind of ritualistic thing to become a lichen or whatever, and being some super edgelord kid's dog was some kind of like sacrifice or penance or something that it had to pay to be able to make that transformation fully. It makes me wonder. I don't know. I'm very curious about that.
Oh, well, if I had to take like a guess, and like it leads me to wonder if maybe because would have to look at it of like the nature of how, based on the many stories that we received on like on how they interact, and the thing about these things is like they're very tricky and they're very
Right.
sneaky, and they do things in a very malevolent way, and they take advantage of a person's good nature because it's easy to take advantage of that. So I think like the disguising itself or like having that like dog form is more just because like I have my dog here right now with me, and when I found him, he was also a stray on the street. So like it's very common for people to do that, especially if you see a very well-mannered, good-natured dog who like you kind of think like you have a connection with, like for them to you literally would take it home and invite it to your house. So I think like that's the end goal. So like I think your instincts, or thankfully you had that other dog, so you were able to avoid doing that. But I think like that was the plan all along.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
And it might have been impatient because this is gonna sound weird, but like it was putting in work to like it was trying to trick you or appease to you, and then you were like, "Yo, I can't take you." I was like, "No, I can't have you," and then that's why I just decided to follow you anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah,
But
so
you
it's
guys
hard
did.
to say.
Y'all did jog my memory about something that actually happened before my CE5 that maybe kind of kicked this stuff off, that I would like to touch into and then wrap it up with the final story, because I think it kind of goes into itself, and it gives some resolving of some of the issues, I think, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
All right. So before I really decided to try and do the CE5, I had a very strange dream. I was at my mother-in-law's house, and in this dream, I was being pulled on each arm. And one arm, there was angels pulling me. And the other arm, there was demons pulling me. And strangely, I don't know what to really make of this, but it's part of it, regardless, is that it seemed like there was a third presence that was presiding all like over the entire event that was happening and playing out, that was very cold and uncaring and just ominous. I don't know what it was, but it was presiding over it, and I woke up and it's morning, and I'm kind of shook up, and I'm just like, man, that was weird. That was a weird dream. And I look on my arm that the demons were pulling on, and there was a hand mark that was bruised into my arm, that was wrapped around my wrist and into my forearm. It was 3 fingers and a thumb. I don't know what to make of that. I took a picture of it, but that phone is kind of dead. I maybe can rescue that one day, but I don't know. It was a strange thing. A lot of things seem to come at me in dreams for whatever particular reason. But yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that as a before thing, because that definitely did happen before all that. But
Well, and you think that it's all connected, right? Everything that you've seen in your whole life. I mean, it's all been connected.
it's all connected.
Oh.
It's all connected.
But the thing is, so many people are going to think of. Here's the problem, and I run into this all the time, and I see it in these groups. It's nauseating, really. I don't even comment anymore. I haven't really commented in much of these groups. It's just so. It's like everybody's idea of a dog man. Like somebody will say that's a werewolf, and you'll have a bunch of people who think that they're dog man experts. Although they'll love to point out that no one's an expert whenever somebody else says something, and then they'll jump on you and tell you, this is what it is, this, and this. And there's some people who are like being heralded and put up on a pedestal as some sort of dogman / Bigfoot experts. And I've worked with these people, and I know they're full of crap. And I can tell you right now, 100%, that one in particular he annoys the crap out of me. And he's all over the place, and people will ask him his opinion or whatever. And having worked with the dude, I know he's incompetent and lazy and full of crap and lies. And so I just was like, yeah, I'm really annoyed. Don't want to be in there in the group because this person's going to pop up and give his 2 cents, which is always some crap. So I just kind of been staying out of the groups, and this whole thing that was going on. I'm just don't feel like it. I don't feel like engaging. And so I see it all the time. They're like, well, that can't be, werewolves can't exist. They say that's 100%. They always say that. And then they say, well, that can't be the case because a dog man doesn't have a tail, or a dog man has a tail, or a dog man is this, a dog man is that, and blah, 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 blah. And, whatever. And werewolf looks this way, and dog man looks, how do we know? How do you know what the hell any of this is?
Right.
And somebody was trying to correct me about the black dog. And then last night, my wife, she's going over possibly doing a song about the Cadejo. So she's been doing a little bit of research, and she asked me about my opinion on it. And I said, well, every Latin culture, every Latin culture country on earth is going to have a story about the Cadejo, and they're all going to be different. Each one of them will tell you what they think it is. And each one of them could be right, and each one of them could be wrong. And there really is no way to know what it is that we're dealing with. Your story is not unheard of. It's not like it's an interesting story, and it's good. And I'm not taking anything away from what happened to you,
Yeah.
But people who will say, well, that just sounds too fantastical, which I've heard this half a dozen times already with different animals, mostly dogs. But if you look at the pattern, most cultures have stories of demons that turn into dogs. Almost every culture does, actually. It goes back to the Roman times. The Romans believed in it. I mean, and it goes back even further than that. It goes back to the Cretan bull and all these different, different anthropomorphic creatures,
Right.
It goes back even further than that to Mesopotamia, Samaria. There were all these animals, Egypt, which was even older as the Sumerians, but Tamil culture, which is even older than that, and they talk about these dog-headed creatures, these dog men, whatever you want to call them, and we still don't know what they are. We still do not know. We have no answers, and yet an entire system of people and just whoever wants to can make a Facebook group and good for them. Mm-hmm. But we're still not figuring out what they are or what they could be. And to throw everything out the window and say, well, this part right here could not possibly happen. To me, how is it so hard to wrap your mind around that something or someone could be a shapeshifter when we see and hear stories all the time and see people telling them, hear people telling whatever, of what they see, that they see these reptilians. People literally becoming lizards. Like, why would that be acceptable with somebody becoming a wolf-like creature that looks like this guy on my shirt? I mean, why would that be so hard to believe? I had a guy on my show come on here, and he was just a hunter, and I met him through a group that was a hunting and fishing group. And I was only in that group because there were several people who had told me that there were people exchanging stories about, seeing paranormal things while they were out hunting, and that. And so, I mean, even look at Steve Isdall, his show, How to Hunt. Part of it is about actually hunting, But hunters are out there in the woods, in the wilderness, and they actually encounter things, And so what ends up happening is that you get this whole, sort of side genre, of weird experiences. And none of it really has any rhyme or reason. The guy on the show claimed to have seen a pig turn into a human. And he was on my show. He was on the live. And I met him in that hunting group, which is weird. I mean, you got this whole thing going on, people going fishing, seeing weird creatures in the water, people going hunting, seeing weird creatures in the woods. And it happens. It absolutely happens. But then people want to say, well, this couldn't possibly be. But this other stuff I believe in. I believe that aliens came down and abducted me, Right. But I don't want to believe that there is a thing that can change into a werewolf.
Right.
And then there's people who believe in dogman, but they absolutely refuse to believe that there's reptilians or an agenda or anything. I know a guy who's seen a dogman, and I believe him. I believe him because he's from my hometown. And he says, I believe in what you're talking about. He's like, I don't know what I believe about ghosts. I know that they're there, whatever. He goes, but I don't believe in the reptilian thing. And we were there at a quinceañera together. And I said, well, why do you not believe in the reptilian? And he just says, I don't know, it's just hard to believe that. And I'm like, but you saw a two-legged wolf-like creature. And he goes, oh, yeah. And I was like, do you think it was a werewolf? He goes, maybe, possibly. I was like, well, if you believe that could happen, why do you not believe that people could be lizard people? I mean, sounds silly, it sounds crazy, but once you've been around the block a few times, and I've interviewed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and if thousands and thousands of people, if you want to just gotten their stories, got them sent to me, or had them on the show, they told their stories like you do. Who would I be to sit here and tell you that that's not real, that can't happen, that it's not possible? When I've had a bevy of my own encounters of weird things, and I can't explain, most of it. I think I've figured out some of it, but not, And so I don't really understand this whole culture that has cropped up with these dipshits, excuse my language, but that's what they are. And they're over here talking about this and they know that and blah, blah, blah. And they love to also take the Native Americans and literally they bastardize their stories to fit an agenda. Because if you were to look, and I have a lot of Native Americans who watch my show, and I'm friends with them, and I've had several of them on the show talking about their encounters. I'll have another one on in a couple of weeks. And whenever they talk to me in private, they always say the same thing, that they think that I'm onto something. I'm not tooting my horn, but they get offended. They get really offended at these people who will use, like Josh Cutchin said when he was on my show last Friday, they will use the whole, Native American thing to fit that, but whenever it doesn't fit what they want what they want to believe and what they want others to believe, well, then they're just ignorant savages, and they have these crazy beliefs and blah blah blah, and then they downplay it.
Right.
And that's what happens. And so, just like with your story, there's going to be people who are going to believe it, and there's other people who are going to say, "Well, I don't believe that could possibly happen. I don't think that, but." Because a dog man doesn't look like a dog and blah, 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 but what does a dog man look like?
Right.
Yeah,
I mean.
What is a dog man?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a good explanation. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, just when I critically think about it, it makes me kind of wonder if that was the case there. Not to say that that's always the case. I mean, nobody knows. I definitely don't. It's just, in my circumstances, like, maybe lycanthropy's a thing. Maybe that's what was happening. Shoot, for all I know, I mean, the house they were at, that thing was at, I mean, it's a Latino couple, if I'm not mistaken. For all I know, it's some kind of Brujeria, or however you're supposed to pronounce that. Sorry. I mean, I don't know. It could be either of those two things. It could be all of it. I don't know. But it's odd. Because, I wouldn't ordinarily lean down the path of that was some kind of werewolf-like and whatever if it didn't feel to me that it was female, just like that thing was, and if it didn't look exactly like it in coloration, So, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you guys to interpret, the audience, whatever y'all think, because I definitely don't know. I know I didn't like it, but yeah, who knows, man.
This is the unfortunate part about what Wolf was speaking about earlier, is that people don't know, and the issue is people aren't trying to learn or figure things out. Everybody wants to get it right, or everybody wants to be right. They don't want to get it right. Like, they don't want to actually learn the answer. They just want to be the one who has it before anyone else, or who has it in, like, whatever they think it is. And that's what's been holding back the community. And I think that's what's led to people who, who experience stuff and they're like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to deal with this. Like, I don't know how to explain this. I don't know. I don't know how to put this in a way, this behavior that I see, and come to terms with it in a way that would make sense of it or would allow me to prepare or deal with it in an appropriate situation. And because of the fact that people are too interested in, being the one that has the right answer, you don't get a lot of people who are just trying, or you don't get a lot of like actual real discussion so that people could, um, so you don't get an answer for people who will actually be able to talk to each other and actually find the answer that you want. And be able to actually like give someone who has or who has been dealing with a lot and has been struggling with this for a while, like yourself and a lot of other people in the, that we talk to have, like you don't really have a way to like have an understanding of it, so you're just afflicted by this, and then the massive amount of revenues that you can go to and see or maybe learn some answers, they all give different ones, and they're all fighting about why their answer is correct, instead of them being realistic and understanding that all their answers are wrong. Why? Because you can't prove it. That's literally the very simple way to say that I'm right, is that you have to be able to prove it. You can't prove anything. None of them can. So like, it's what sucks about the paranormal, because it's hard to prove, but it also is what sucks about this community, is that they're not trying to prove things correctly.
Right. And that actually kind of ties into my last story, which,
Oh, go ahead, man.
all right. So, when you start researching things, and then all of a sudden, it comes at you, and you're seeing it and you're experiencing it. For me, it's like I've got to keep digging. I've got to have some kind of resolution.
You have to know.
I've got to figure out something. I've got to know. I've got to know. And for me, you keep going down that path, and eventually you start finding some people, excuse me, that will go down a different path, and they'll start, connecting some dots for you. You'll find out things like, hey, there's some connections here in the Book of Enoch, the Book of Giants, Genesis 6, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, hold on a second. These folks are connecting some dots in the paranormal here back to the Bible. And for me, it's kind of like, okay, maybe even though I had my experiences, I'm shook up by it all. I don't know what to think. Maybe I should listen to some of these folks and what they have to say about this. I grew up in this. Maybe it's time to go back to my roots here a little bit and start to consider. You keep going down this rabbit hole, and eventually you're going to find good people that start pointing you in that direction. You're going to find Josh Turner at PRT. You're going to find Barton Hunley. You're going to find these good folks, you, and eventually you start to consider it. And it's like, you know what? Maybe they're right. Let's start seeing if I can't repair this relationship with God. Let's get back into that. And then, that's what happened for me. I found you guys. I found you all. I found Barton. I found, Tony Merkel. I found Paul, and all the good people that are in this community that we're at right now. And it was a good influence on me, And my final experience happened to me last year. Once again, woke up in sleep paralysis. Only this time, this thing is in my face. I see it. It's transparent, but it's also gray. And it's very tall. So The best way I know to describe it is it looks like a tall gray alien, but only its features are very distorted to the point where it's also like it looks like it's that, and it also looks demonic, for lack of a better words for it. And now I've mended those fences. I've found Jesus once again, and I'm trying to talk. I'm starting to make a little bit of headway here. I've had a little bit of experience now talking in my dreams. I know what that's like. My mind is able to start doing these things, and I'm praying this entire time earnestly. And finally, you know, I guess it thinks what I'm doing is hilarious. It's trying to fight back and starting to make some noises. And it drifts over top of me and starts getting into my daughter's face. Well, now it's definitely on. There's nothing stopping me from overcoming this situation. And finally, I'm able to speak. And I say, Jesus, 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 Jesus. And I reach out and I grab this thing by the wrist, physically. And I wrench it away from my daughter, and I'm still saying in its face, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And it all of a sudden, I mean, its features are already distorted, but it's just the look of horror comes over this thing's face. Like, oh my God. You know, it's just looking at me in horror, and just, I mean, it looks like it's screaming silently. And then it just disappears. It dissolves into nothing. My hand is no longer holding anything physical. Praise God. I look over at my daughter, and she's awake. And I'm like, I asked her, I said, honey, did you see anything? No, Daddy, I didn't see anything. Did you hear anything? No, Daddy, I only heard you saying Jesus. I said, good. Looks like Daddy was able to finally protect you this time. And I just held her tightly and tried to go back to sleep. I had a hard time getting back to sleep that time, but to me, that I feel like that brings closure to all those experiences. You know, I mean, the things that attacked me, besides the one shadow being, which whatever, you know, but the other one that attacked me when she was younger, you know, it was gray. I mean, that's the color of its hand when it hit me. So was this thing. I personally feel like it was the same thing because it had the same vibe to it, I guess you'd say. So that's the last thing that I got, guys, other than strange dreams, but you know.
Well, I appreciate it, and if you have anything else and you want to talk, we can always go and do it on the live, on the pre-records. If there's anything else.
I mean, if you want to do the pre-records, and we can go into like great detail about, you know, the conversations I had within the CE5 stuff and what they said.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's pretty powerful stuff personally, looking back on it now, you know, what little I can remember. But yeah, I'm down if you guys are down.
Yeah, for sure. Well, folks, I'm going to let him run. It was good having you on. I thank you for being on, Fisher. Not his real name, obviously, but that's what he goes by. And a lot of people don't like using their names, which is why, at best, I usually use first names. People have criticized me for that, and you know, but that's what I do. We tend to try to do that here, to just use first names when we're retelling the stories. You know, because it is traumatic, and things happen to people, and they don't want people messing with them about it. And not everybody in this community wants their business out there. I know that, and I try to respect that. But I appreciate you coming on. We'll talk. And thank you for being a guest here on Paranormal Roundtable. Every Friday we have a guest, folks. And so yeah, I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna let you run. Thank you.
All right, I'll be back in chat. See y'all.
Okay. All right. Bye. So that was Fisher of Spam. That's what he calls himself. And, you know, he's got a lot to talk about. Somebody said there that I'm tired. I'm in pain, actually, folks. I really am. My back is hurting extremely bad. I have this stuff that my wife gives me. It's called Curamed. It's actually very good. I think I've talked about it on the show, and it helps quite a bit. So it's numbed some of it, but it's just, I need to stretch it out, and it hurts really bad. And I had to excuse myself for a minute because I had an emergency from my job because somebody was breaking into something. Surprise, surprise, what a shock. Wow. Imagine that, people in this city committing crimes. I mean, I just can't believe it. You defund the police, and now you're wondering why everything is like, Gotham City.
Except we don't have a Batman.
No, but you have Bane.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have a reformed version of Bane. And I'm not going to take your shit. I'll break your back. People think that you're supposed to be some sort of wimpy, nice, whatever. And that's not me. I mean, I've gotten on the show and I've cried because I have a lot of, sadness and pain. And there's a lot of things that I hurt, But I'm not going to let somebody mess with me. You're not going to stomp me down. I can tell you that. I had that the other night, and I had to deal with this individual who was highly aggressive, and it's because they're used to doing what they want. And we have this one place where it's not the wall. That's a little more tame now because we have so many guards there. But we have another place where we are literally at war with these people. They want to tell us how things are going to be. And they're led by this lunatic. I will say this, and this is what I'm going to do, folks. I am literally trying to talk to these people so that I can get them to tell me, to interview them, and they can tell you. These are homeless people. I want to interview them. I really do. I want to know what they know. Because sometimes we get really weird stories from these people. The only thing I can say that's interesting to me about this leader of these lunatics is that she said, and she told our guards this, and Anthony, you can attest to this. I don't know if you know about this, Tony, but that they were recently in a conflict with another group of people who were cannibals.
Yep.
And the way she told my guards were, y'all over here worried about me. Y'all ain't worried about them cannibals. Now, you would think this is just the ravings of a lunatic, of a mad woman. I call her Queen Boudica because she's, they're all nuts. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they spray painted themselves blue and came out throwing spears at us. I mean, they've already thrown spears.
Yeah. Just
getting naked and painting yourself blue would be the next step. But, yeah. So this person says that there was a conflict between them and another group, and that group were cannibals. And we've heard stories from some of the different, what would you call them, tribes?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they are. It's like intertribalist, whatever. They claim that there are more than one or two different groups that have done this. We also get weird stories, and if you can believe it, it's what they tell you, that people are not people. And that sometimes people are being picked up and put into unmarked vehicles and disappearing. What are they? What's going on? What's happening? I don't know, but we have a huge population of, my back is messed up. It's hurting tonight. But it's nothing compared to my wife. She's got the back pain that she doesn't talk about it. She doesn't let it get her down. I'm not going to go into a long whatever, but if you could please pray for her. She doesn't even like me asking. She's probably going to get mad because I asked. And she is selfless when it comes to that. She really is. So if you could pray for her and healing in her back, pray for mine too, please. And my kidneys. The kidneys have been hurting lately. I don't know if it's possible stone. I hope not. That just would suck. But I'm in pain. So I'm here. I'm doing the best I can. And I hope I can make it tomorrow. And we will try to get more information about the conference and whether we're going to do it or not. But if can't do it in November, then I'm not going to do it. Because I think that's probably the right time to do it. I don't want to deal with the heat, and I have a lot to do. So if we can't do it, we won't do it. And I'm sorry, and it's unfortunate that, if you missed the first two conferences, there were a lot of people that were like, I'm going to go, and then they didn't go. A lot of people did go, but there were a lot of people that didn't, and it's a shame. Because now Nick Redfern's gone to England, and he's not coming back. And there was somebody that asked me about Nick. Somebody asked me, was it in chat, or if Nick was coming back or something?
Yeah.
Or was it yesterday on Blondes and Blues? Who was that? Oh, yeah. It was one of the Blondes and Blues ladies, Brandy and Krista. And me and Lyle both know, because the only people that knew about him leaving at first were me, Ken, and Lyle. That was it. The only people, when I told David Weatherly, it took him by surprise, and Barton too. It was just, but Ken knew. And when I told Lyle, he had just heard that day. So I guess it was just me and Ken that Nick had told. And unfortunately, that's it. He's gone. So I'd like to see him return, but if it's in his best interest to stay in his home country, then that's what he needs to do. But anyway, back to these psychopaths. I am going to do some exploring into this. Maybe some investigative journalism, and find out if this is true, these stories. Or maybe, Boudica's just flapping her lips, talking trash. Who knows? I do think that it's odd, though, that we're getting reports of it in more than one place. It doesn't surprise me. You have Lord of the Flies going on. I mean, look what happened up in, what was it called, Chad, or what was it?
Oh, Chaz.
Chaz.
Yeah, something. It's like an acronym.
To this day, do people really know what went on? Do you really know? I know, and if you look at the reports, go look at the reports that came out of there. After Chaz, there were 8 trash bags of bodies?
Yeah.
Body parts that were left on the shore right there in Seattle. And the sad reality is that it was like nothing. They barely talked about it. We got reports of some of the most inhumane things happening at that place. And it was like, oh well. And I'm going to tell you, these cities that are disgusting and vile and nasty, Seattle, San Francisco, Portland, trying to turn Austin into one of those trash pits, satanic, bastardized, garbage hellholes. You're all disgusting. You disgust me. And everybody who's in charge, you disgust me. You're all disgusting. You're gross. I don't care what anybody says. I talk to people who are there, who have worked there, been a part of what's going on, and they'll tell you point blank. But see, Austin is still part of the country of Texas. And as much as you want, and much as you wish and try to turn it into a bloody blue cesspool of garbage and satanic nonsense, There are always going to be people here in Texas like me. And like I said, I'm not a taker of shit. And all your crap will be exposed. Gross, disgusting. If you're on a certain side, then they will do anything they can to twist and turn and then try to make you go to jail or go away, while propping up the most vile elements of our society. Donnie Cho, I'm sorry. But that's what's going on. And it's not, somebody said it sounds scary. It's not to me. It's old hat. I've been to many, many third world countries. I've been to different continents. I've actually been to every continent pretty much but Antarctica. Haven't been to the Northeast where you're from, Donnie Cho. That's the only thing I haven't done is those. I think I counted, there's 12. There's 12 states I haven't been up there. I thought it was 14, now there's 12. But I can say this. You're not going to win. In the end, evil always falls apart. There's some very gross, disgusting, vile places. And it's not everybody that lives in those cities. It's not everybody. They're not all, But the rest of the country looks at you and sees you for what you are. Very unfriendly, very not nice people, not helpful. In fact, in Portland, it used to be a beautiful place. I was there 20 some odd years ago, and I spent some time there. I enjoyed it, but they have a statue of what is it, Lenin?
Mm-hmm.
Right there, a communist statue. They have paramilitary leftist organizations that go around doing, and I would feel the same way if they were right-wingers. I mean, it doesn't matter. Who the hell do you think you are? Try to take a picture of these people acting a fool, and they'll come up and beat you up and take your camera. They did that here in Austin, you know that? Right there under the bridge on 35. They threatened everybody. They killed animals. Not joking. Wearing black uniforms with a communist hammer and sickle on their sleeve. Hundreds of them, if not thousands, crawling all over the place. Assaulting people, burning things, kicking in doors, throwing feces and urine at the police, spitting on people. And me and Zane were my illegitimate love child that I had out of wedlock, which isn't true, But we were guarding a building, and they came marching down the street, probably 15, 20 of them. And I was like, there's two of us, and you outnumber us. But it wouldn't be in your best interest to try to come to this building. Hit an easier target. And one of them's like, do you want to die for your job? I said, this isn't my job. This is my career. And he's like, oh, but your security guard's your career. I said, yes, it is. And I'm not just a security guard. If this person could look in my eyes and see how much I didn't give a shit about his well-being. I had no vested interest in your well-being at all. I didn't get all riled up and get all angry. I don't lose my cool when it comes to doing stuff that I got to do. I'm just not that guy. I get upset and emotional about things that need to be emotionalized. That's not one of them. And I do my job. I'm very matter of fact about it. And I think that they understood that I don't give a shit what you're burning, looting, or what your reason for this communistic outbreak is. You're not touching this building. And not because the people that were paying me were my good friends, or even because I'm doing what I got to do and doing my job. It's because you wanted to do something to that building, and I have the ability to stop you, so I'm going to stop you. And it's also because I absolutely despise you and everything you stand for. I personally don't give a shit what your reasons are. I don't care how you were lost and you found whatever it is that you found on that side of the fence. I don't give a damn that you feel that you're right. I don't care what tragedy took place that led you down the road of stupidity. I just know that when it comes to me and what I'm going to do is, well, beyond your imagination, beyond what your little pea brain could possibly understand. Because the way I feel about you is how I feel about the devil. Valerie, guys, thank you for that. The Black Awakening, Rise of the Satanic Super Soldiers and the Coming Chaos by Russ Dizdar. Maybe I'll check that out. I don't know. But thank you for the donation nonetheless. I made these people understand that I was not going to budge and that they could stop moving forward. So they turned and they destroyed something else, and they looted and ravaged. And we watched them for about 2 or 3 hours, standing at the top of a parking garage. Anytime they would start to stray toward our area, we would just let them know, we're right here. It's not worth it. And they would turn and go back and do whatever it was they were doing. I'm not interested in talking to them and being their friend or learning what it is that makes them tick. I don't give a shit about NPCs. I don't care what makes you tick. You just wind up toys for the devil, as far as I'm concerned. Go pick an easier target. One of my friends had a nightclub downtown, and he had to guard it himself with one of his bouncers, who happens to be a very good friend of mine from the old days. And when they broke into his building, let's just say that the perpetrators of this got the beating that they so richly deserved, that they should have got his children. Now, did it change their lives and make them go and stop worshiping communism? Probably not. But I can tell you this. They didn't destroy, loot, and burn and take anything from his building, his nightclub. Can you film them, Josh? Next time they loot, rob, and kill and whatever they do, yeah, I'll try. The problem that day, though, was that if I'd have had my phone out, they probably would have started, being determined, so we had to be very careful. My wife was, when we were in traffic and they were carrying animals in cages to go and slaughter them because they were holding them up and saying, is this animal's life worth more than mine? And they would kill it. There was a black cop here. It was a good friend of mine. He's still here, but they spray painted many racist epitaphs on his car. Spray painted his house, called him a pig and everything else because Black Lives Matter. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Right? To go and attack a black cop because Black Lives Matter. See, it's not about that. The person that's in charge isn't even a black person. Did you know that? No, it doesn't matter. They probably won't even monetize this show, if I was saying. But I'm going to tell you right now, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm tired of being quiet. These people are going to do what they're going to do. Coming to a city near you. In Minnesota, too. Oh, you know what? Let's get rid of cops. So then what are you going to do? You're going to pay everybody to do your job? Security now is at a premium. But still, a lot of people don't want to pay for it. So guess what happens? The citizens that live in those apartment complexes that they're paying $3,000 a month for are being terrorized by tribes. It's the only way I could describe them. Of Mad Max NPCs. Joe Proper says, love your shows, Josh and crew. Keep up the great work, just showing my support and doing my part. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so that's what we're dealing with. Yes, they needed animals. Yes, they were killing them. Nellie wanted to pick her phone up, and I said, do not do that because there's 1,000 of them watching us. Anybody who tried to use a phone, they were taking them. They were beating people in the street. I saw with my own eyes. Nothing I could do. There was 1,000 of them, and, well, there were 2 of us. And I couldn't have my wife getting attacked. And we prayed. And by the grace of God, we got through that area. There were a couple of them that stopped and looked at me in my vehicle, and I looked back, and I gave them the look that if you touch me, well, I'll be the last thing that you ever see. You'll be sitting there spinning outside of your body going, what the F just happened? Yeah, quantum potential. I am very much an order person. I don't like chaos. Now, if you want to call me a control freak or whatever you want to call me, I don't give a shit. Call me whatever you want. But I don't like this mass chaos, communist insurrection crap. It's just not my thing. Tripping up on you. Thank you for that donation. I got my hoodie and extras. It's real close to perfect. Thank you for sure. You're welcome. The people who won during the Josh Cutchin, which was last Friday, can you please message me so I can have it? Because the books just came in today. Josh was very prompt. He got them sent to us. You want to go down and grab those?
Yeah.
I'm not here to preach or have a sermon or talk to you about my political affiliations. I really don't have a political affiliation. I know that I like one side better than the other, but that's not saying much. One side talks a lot and doesn't do anything. The other one just does a lot of crap that's just completely insane. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to be survive one way or the other. I don't care who the president is. I know I'd like one to be over the other, and I had to unfriend some people because they just wouldn't stop with their political nonsense. Go look at my Facebook. There's one in particular who has a show, and he's a fat little troll who decided to come out and attack me when all this stuff was going on. Yeah, you're a real piece of shit. Go to hell. I believe you called me a MAGA monkey, which I've never said anything remotely on my Facebook, in that direction. But that was okay. He can say that. He's a fat little turd. Go look at my Facebook, you know what I'm talking about. I'm just not in the mood. Not in the mood. And the people that think they're going to push me around and bully me, well, guess what, dude? I've been pushed around and bullied, and I had a belly full of it by the time I was a teenager, and it quit happening because I started doing what I needed to do. And it never stopped. And I'm not going to. And these crazy people threatening me and telling me they're going to kill me and do all this other crap, take a number, bitch. Okay? Go stand in line. Because my fat little face, as you call it, is still here, and it's going to be here. Because my life is not yours to give or take. By the grace of God, I live. By the grace of God, I die. I breathe air in my lungs and my heart pumps. And as they say in the hood, it don't pump Kool-Aid. Renee Estevez, yes, there are in Laredo. And tomorrow night, I will be on the air with Chris James and Rob Yox. And Chris James, is from Laredo, and he's got some cool encounters, and maybe we'll get him to throw some in there if Rob isn't talking, because Rob has a lot to say. A lot of people have said that they're not able to order stuff. Go to printful.com if you want to get, and I will have Anthony put the link on here. Spring is not working for some reason, but so if you want to order something from the store, that's what you do. If you want to help out, we can put the link on here. If you don't want to give a donation to the live chat, whatever it's called, you can do it directly to the Patreon or to the PayPal. We'll put the PayPal link up there. Patreon is a good way, and I was, of course, attacked. Somebody made a big old thing trash talking me because I talked about the Patreon and about ordering merchandise. They said I was pimping for shekels. Bitching because my show's free and it bothers you that I actually put in there that, hey, if you want to help out the show. It's what everyone else does, right? But I do it and it's a problem. So sick of these people. And sadly, you can't just go around beating their ass because they're a little punk on the internet, the interwebs. Who, if they didn't have their mommy and daddy to live off of, and yeah, a lot of you do, little shit for brains, millennials, live with your mommy and daddy, and Zoomers especially, and then what happens? If you didn't have them to live off of, because you won't go get a job unless it fits your agenda for your useless vomitous degree that you got at whatever useless vomitous university you went to, then you don't work. And then you end up homeless. And there's a bunch of you that sleep in your car right over there at Planet Fitness. Rows and rows and rows of 20-somethings living in their cars. I asked one of them one day, I was going to the gym. I don't go to Planet Fitness very often, but sometimes I need to use their back stretching machine, and then I use the water beds after I work out. So I go there maybe once every 2 weeks, but I went through there one day. It is quite the beginner's gym, but I went through there, and there was a guy getting in his vehicle, bringing his stinky, smelly ass into our facility to bathe because he pays $20 a month or $10 a month, whatever it is he pays, depending on whether he has a black card or not, so that he can use the facility to bathe. He's basically a homeless shitbag, and so he goes in there to bathe. Excuse my language tonight, but I'm not in the mood, like I said. And he's walking out. So I asked him, I was snarky. I probably shouldn't have been, but I said, hey, so you just go in there to wash your ass? He turns around, excuse me? Like he's going to do something. I don't give a shit about this guy. And I was like, don't get excited, okay? I think people usually, when they get close enough, they can look in my eyes and see they look like a shark's, and I don't give a shit about you. And I told him point blank, I was like, is that what you do? You just sleep out here in your car? He goes, yeah, I'm homeless. I said, okay. And then you get I said, I'm just curious about how it works for you. Well, how's it work for you? And I was like, works fine. I have what we call a career and a job and a podcast, another job. What's your podcast called? I told him it's called Paranormal Roundtable. He goes, Sounds stupid. I said, well, to someone like you, it probably is stupid. But to someone like me, you're stupid. I said, how old are you? He goes, don't worry about it. I said, I know how old you are. You're in your mid to late 20s. Probably got a degree, too. And yet you live in your fucking car. Dumbass. He's like, you never hit hard times? I said, yeah. I lived in my car when I was 17 and again when I was 19, briefly. I said, but I had some pretty good excuses. And then it never happened again because I worked. I lifted myself up out of poverty and I worked and I worked and I worked. And he says, well, good for you. I said, yeah, good for me. Then he went on to give me some other reasons why life has been so bad for him. And Well, he's been on the short end of the stick his whole life because of this and because of that and this and that. And I said, yeah, and your mom and blah, 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 and a wiffle ball bat. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care about your hard luck stories or your ghetto credentials or your hard ass grown up on a farm credentials. I don't give a flipping shit of what you think or what you say or what you do. You have no damn good reason to be 27 years old, an able-bodied male, 28, whatever old he was, and living in your effing car and stinking up my gym because you don't work out. You just use it to go and bathe. And then sometimes we're in there and there's some homeless piece of shit with his phone plugged in over there in the corner, waiting for his phone to charge so he can play around on the intranets. And then one day I was at the other gym, which they don't play around. You're not going to go in there and loiter. And the owner is built like, I don't know, Rob is built like what? A dog man?
He's like a hill giant.
Rob will crush your head.
Got these Andre the Giant huge hands.
Hands, like he will kill you. And there are former pro wrestlers and there are current pro wrestlers, all kinds of people that work out there. Professional bodybuilders, professional fighters, off-season college football players that work out there. That place has got a lot of people. They got power lifters. Right next door is Black Sheep boxing and kickboxing gym. And right next to that's a jiu-jitsu. So that's who works out there. So, you know, if you go in there and act a fool, watch what happens. You will get your ass beat. So one night, a bum, that's what he is, goes and starts banging on the glass. And Anthony was over there doing his back. He was doing deadlifts. And this guy's like, yo, 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 you see me out here, motherfucker? And Anthony's like, yes, I see you. So he came and got me so I could see him too. So I'm like, what's going on? I'm laying down doing upside down squats, which are excruciating on the hips and the thighs and hips. I'm not in the mood for JJ from Good Times to be talking shit. Although he was a very muscular version of him. So I walked over and I was like, what's your effing problem, dude? Let me in. So I gave him a finger gesture and I walked off. About 20 minutes later, I was finishing up taking my leg wraps off, and he was gone. The girl that works there, she comes in, and she's like, oh, thank God you're here, Wolf. What'd she say, Anthony? She was scared to get out of her car.
Yep.
I said, well, I didn't know you were out there. If I'd have known, I would have gone out there or whatever. I said, I saw some guy that was talking shit to my nephew. She's like, yeah, he's been hanging around out here. So, long story short, I end up going out to my vehicle, going to the store. Well, he catches up to us, and he sees Anthony, he sees his truck, and he makes a beeline. So I get out on wobbly legs, barely able to walk because my legs are so sore, and guess what? He's shoving Skittles down his mouth, throws them on the ground, takes a drink of his energy drink, whatever, throws it over his shoulder. Because they don't care. What does it matter if they litter or not? They have destroyed our greenbelt with their trash. And then he walks straight toward me. You got something to say to me? I said, no, I don't. But I got something to do to you. And I slapped the shit out of this man, open-handed. And he did a freaking somersault. Then I went inside, and I got what I needed to get. I got a coffee for Anthony and something else. Tony was there too. Tony's not here right now, but grabbed whatever it was. The guy behind the counter was looking and says, that guy again? He knew the guy. The guy was out there jumping around, you know, and shadow boxing and doing all kinds of crap. I walked back out and I was like, what, dude? What? I said, I was nice, and I gave you the pan. Would you like to get really bitch slapped? Because if that's what you want, I will do it for you. It's today's special. I've been bit slapping grown men since I was 15 years old, dude. I don't give a shit. What's up, dude? I was like, I know you don't have a gun because of the way you're dressed. And if you had it, you would have already pulled it out. I said, all you have are your fists. You have a big mouth, your fists, and your feet. I have my fists and my feet, and I'm very confident in what I can do to you. Do you want to get slapped again, or do you want to get punched? So he walked away, calling me a tirade of obscenities. But guess what? I went and got in the truck, and we drove off, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much it. And that's just one example of dealing with these shitheads here in Austin. That's what happens. I was working at a site one time. This guy comes, he was a big guy. Running his mouth because somebody owed him money and I better get the F out of the way and blah, blah, blah. Smack. I didn't knock him out, but he fell back on his ass, and then he got up, and then he staggered to the entrance. I'll be back, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. I worked there for 2 more months, and I never saw his ass again. Maybe he forgot. Maybe he forgot that he was supposed to come back and do this and that. I don't know. I just figured he had a memory loss or something. I don't know. But it's not all fun and games. So when people start crap with me online, believe me, my real life is a lot more dangerous and a lot more exciting than what's going on in cyberspace. So all the threats and all the trash and all that talking is all just worth doodly squat. Because all these animals that I deal with in real life on a day-to-day basis are not able to do anything to me. What makes you think you're going to? Oh, that's right. Voodoo, hoodoo, doo-doo, I don't give a shit what you do. You can take all that and fold it up in a little piece of paper and shove it right up your ass. Doesn't scare me, not even a little bit. And I've heard it all before. One day somebody's going to do this, someone's going to do that, and they're going to do that. I don't give a shit. Go ahead. Should have been gone a long time ago. Playing with house money. So every day's a blessing. Right? Every day's a blessing, right, folks?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody says here, has it really gotten that bad? Oh, it's pretty bad. These kids, you see them go downtown, running around, having a good time, getting drunk, whatever. And most of the time, everything's fine. But there's a shooting every other week or a stabbing every day. But they hyper-focus on the shooting because guns. And I've tried the experiment. Like, I took my guns and I went outside and I laid them all out there. And I told them, I said, y'all behave. Do not get up and shoot anyone. And the next day, I went out there. I gave them a little blanket and a pillow so they would be warm and stay dry. And I opened, and I really expected, after everything the media had been saying, that they had gone on a spree and just destroyed everybody. And imagine my surprise when every one of them was still laying there peacefully, right next to each other, not hurting anybody, with their little magazines. And everything was fine. They didn't go out and terrorize the neighborhood. And then it hit me. Oh, that's right. They need someone to operate them for that to happen. And that typically includes that person being mentally ill. Which is what we have in this city, a bunch of mentally ill lunatics that belong in Arkham Asylum. And by the grace of God, they're not all running around with Uzis. Because contrary to popular belief, it isn't that easy to get one, as they say it is. Maybe if we started doing background checks a little more thoroughly, like psyche valves, the first time you go to purchase one, I know people don't like that idea, but, and maybe not sell them to 18-year-olds. Because me personally, I don't think 18-year-olds need to be driving. They drive like shit. They cause a lot of problems and a lot of wrecks. And in fact, we let 16-year-olds drive. I don't agree with that either. I also believe in legalization. Because why are we drinking and getting smashed drunk and doing all kinds of God knows what? But then if you're doing that, then that's a big problem. I don't do either one. But I do believe that one is just as bad as the other. See, it's called hypocrisy. Just like there's gambling in every state around Texas, but not in Texas. You know why? Because all those states lobby Texas so that they won't have gambling here, so that all of our citizens will go to the states around and spend their money in their casinos. It's called bullshit. It's just real life. And this is where we're at. Not a conspiracy theorist. I'm called a realist. It's the truth. I bring it to you. People don't like it. They don't like hearing the truth. If they're on the right, they only support what you say if it supports their agenda. If you're on the left, they only support what you say if it supports their agenda. There's other things I could say, too, that would offend a lot of people. But I'm just going to stop. And now, the dogman community. I will say this. 90% of you out there who tout yourself as some sort of guru or expert, you're full of shit. Stop jumping in every conversation and acting like you're the guru of whatever. Have you ever stopped to look into these people that you're putting up on a pedestal? Have you ever stopped to look at their lives and go, they don't even have a job? Have you thought about that? A lot of them don't even have YouTube channels. Because I could say at least if you had a YouTube channel, that's kind of a job, right? Kind of. But a lot of these people, they're some sort of expert. They've never written anything. They don't have a job. But yet somehow they're the boss of Dogman and Bigfoot and everything in between. And the truth be told, they are not smart. And then you see them on shows, and you're going like, you just stole my work, because you do. And there's a handful of you. And this is not an attack on the people that I referred to as the Filthy Five. I'm not talking about them. I am not talking about them. These people, completely different people. Truth. And I am not saying this because I'm at peace with AI. I'm talking about they're not the ones doing it and never have. I'm talking about certain individuals in this community who go around using my research and my work and claiming it as their own, and they do it in groups and never once give me credit for it. And then will turn around in another group and attack me and challenge me and call me all kinds of bullshit. Smarmy little backstabbing worms. That's what they do. Well, Nelly, Dogman UK, you're an alcoholic. You're a disgusting man, right? Yeah, right? Who started an entire war because he got kicked out of a chat. I didn't even kick you out, you dumbass, nor did I dox you, because I don't know shit about you and I don't care to. I popped into your chat one time and you had 12 people watching you, and I took pity on you and I left a comment because all you have at the end of the day is me and maybe Mike that you can mess with. Vile little turd. So from now on, folks, let's refer to him as what he is, the UK dog turd. And let's never talk about him again because he needs the oxygen to breathe.
You're going to go on his channel and rant for another 5 hours to all 7 people.
That's all I can't understand anything he says. But it is funny, and I'll do one better. I'll even make a skit for you. So today we're going to talk about Josh Turner, right? It's a fact of Josh Turner. Let me take a drink of my booze. And 8 hours later, like on SpongeBob. And like I said, I just took a shit on my pants. So that's all I know you say. I don't know what you're saying, and I don't give a fuck. I'm so not interested, I don't give a damn. So, honey, don't worry yourself about this guy. Who gives a crap? Yeah, he got his stuff taken down because my stuff is copyrighted. My name, all of my Paranormal Roundtable, that's all trademarked, you dumbass. It wasn't a massive complaining campaign or whatever the hell you were talking about. Shut up. Go shut up. And then you started attacking Mike because you wanted his listeners to go and watch you too and perform in the circus. Go to hell, okay? Nobody gives a shit about you. You're nobody. Go get drunk and fall in a ditch, okay? There's a reason why you went to jail too, folks. Go look it up. There's a reason why you went to jail. Enough of him. Look, my point is that we have in this community several cancers. And like I said, I'm not even talking about the filthy five. I'm talking about these people who have been buzzing around this whole war and have been benefiting from it and thought that I forgot what pieces of shit they were. No, I didn't, and I never will. But I love how you use me and use my name and throw it out there every chance you get so people will go run and look at your crap. They even fooled Jeremiah Fountain, who's a very good friend of mine. And he was like, oh, I apologize because Bearded Lady used my name, my face, my image on his rotten little channel that has less than a couple grand on there. And, yeah, he got more views than he's ever gotten because he sat up there, you know. This guy, it's like, I just make video of him, like, mention, like, I gotta have a more ratty beard, though. I don't have that. It's just like, like, he could bench like 400 pounds, did like 40 times. Freaking line. It's just like, where's your video at? So stupid that you didn't do your research that the video had already been dropped, dumbass, like 8 to 10 hours before you went on the air. Bearded lady troll, gnome. Although he wouldn't have a hat that's cool enough like this. He had some little rat nest hat. And it was actually a snapback, which you're not even supposed to wear a snapback. So it looked more like this. Like this, you know, that looks trashy. And his beard was, but right here he looked like a woman. I thought he was a woman. And then he's over there like, oh, he talks about me all the time. No, I don't. And I don't talk about your friends. The Atheist Bigfooters Association of Ass. No, we don't. Because, see, the problem with these people, and here was what it is, paratroopers, and I'm going to tell you what their problem is. The biggest problem I face is that last night after I did Blondes and Booze, I went on the air late. It was, I don't know, was it 11 o'clock at night or something? And we still had 370 people or something that showed up to listen to me talk. And we're right now at 1 in the morning, and we have 350 people right here in the chat. 340 something, whatever. That's their problem. They're uninteresting, lying frauds. They can't do anything. So they resort to ad hominem on a large scale and attack people and even have made An entire industry has grown up around our community, folks, on just attacking people. They make channels so that they can attack us. And they're having a field day with this war. They love it. They love it. They love to make fun of everybody. Always making fun. Well, Chris Anderson, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But people like the Vulture have made us into a laughingstock. Imagine if you've never watched anything paranormal or cryptid or whatever, and the first thing you get is, and then I'm going to tell you something, and then I shot that dude, and I ate his liver. Who in the hell in their right cotton-picking mind is going to look at that? And a lot of it was like, when you look at that video, it was him threatening DW and DDoS. He was threatening them. But now they're all friends. I mean, there's a point when it's like, yeah, you talk crap back and forth, you say a bunch of mean things to each other, but the threats, you know, like, I'm confused. And then there was a horrible racist rant, something I would never do. A horrible racist rant from Kat, his girl, whatever, directed at Dark Waters. She called him some really bad things that I would never do. I wouldn't even call him that because it's horribly racist. And he chuckled it off like, well, I probably said some things like that too because you're not Josh Turner, so I'm not going to care. But if Josh Turner says the word boy or brother or whatever words he's offended by, well, then I'm going to go all in. I'm going to go out. I'm going to eat a large pizza and voodoo curse his ass. Maybe you should stop eating large pizzas and stop doing voodoo. Go get on a freaking treadmill. First, take a stress test and just shut the fuck up. Probably. And stop trying to have your friends attack me and ruining their channels, because that's what you're doing. You still haven't apologized to me. Probably never will, and I don't give a crap. You're never going to grow up. It's just how they are. And now the Vulture's back, and he's over there hanging out with them, spinning yarns a mile long. And then his wife, here's stories in one of his books. No, it's not, honey. I would never put my story in his book. And in fact, I was told by my very close friends not to even entertain putting one of his stories in the book because they didn't believe him.
Obviously, you can't read.
Go read, you crazy ass witch. And then you have the stupid, crazy person. Stop blowing up our phone. We're not going to answer. I have nothing to say to you. Don't talk to me. Don't get me involved in your horribleness. You know who you are, you fat redhead Chucky doll of a woman. You vile bitch. And people don't like it. This is Late Night with Josh Turner. Turn the TV off. Hide the kids. I don't know what you got to do, whatever, because I don't give a damn right now. I'm very, very, very tired, and I'm tired of people's shit. We got all the cryptid stuff and ghost stuff, whatever. But these people take it to another level, and they make you want to just throw up. I'm going to tell you guys something. I went to the restroom the other day, and my stomach wasn't feeling good, and I was just sitting there like, these people. I can't take it no more, and I just threw up. I really did. Couldn't take it. Yeah, John, you're right. They're a bunch of sociopaths.
Mm-hmm.
Sick and evil as the day is long. What do you get out of blackmailing a young girl? What do you get out of that? And no, Mike didn't tell me this. Mike didn't talk to us. He didn't tell us at all. No. So you can't go back and run and say he did it. No, lady. I knew you were a vile piece of shit because you came after me. Tried to set me up because that's the kind of person you are, and then you're going to go after her. Well, congratulations. Just when I thought you couldn't get any lower, and your little friends that believe all your bullshit coming at me too sideways, you can all go jump in the trash can with her for all I care. Oh, and I would have said more to you, but you took your big fat rear end and you got off my page like you should have. You're not going to convince me either. I know the truth. And I know you and Anus work together, and you both sandbagged me. And you did it to him too. You did it to the guy at AI because you're pieces of shit. That's what you are. And you were living for this war. Well, why don't you and Anus fight it now? You two. Oh, wait, because you're in cahoots. That's why. Receipts, honey, I got them all for everybody. If I really wanted to, I could do a whole lot of shit, and I do not do it. I'm nice. I'm a nice guy. And you're thanking God. You should be thanking God that I am a nice guy. And that I'm not me from 20 years ago, or even 15. Because it would be scorched earth. There'd be nothing left of this whole community. But I'm not here to expose everybody's sickness and weakness and whatever the hell else you got. I tell it like it is. People can't take it. You don't have a strong stomach, then leave the damn room. And all these little nasty comments, they're just going to get deleted. But I wish you'd say it to my damn face. And I'm not 5'7", 500 pounds. I'm 370 and I'm 6'4". And I could bench press a truck. And I got hands like a middleweight. Try me. You think you're tough? Come to my conference and get in my face and tell me what you really think about me. And let me show you what I think about you.
Well, that reminds me, whatever happened to that dude on that left that Amazon review of your book saying oh that Josh
He was going to show up at my conference.
Yeah, he's like, oh, Josh Turner's a fraud. I'm going to show up at his conference and tell him to his face. We waited. I mean, what happened? What was the name? NY Ranger rules?
New York Ranger rules or something like that?
Where were you at?
Which that's a lie, too. When's the last time they won? Well, I guess he had things to do. That was the day he had to organize his underwear drawer, all 2 pair, for the month. So, folks, I'm sorry that I lost my cool here at the end. Just certain people that just get under my skin with their lies and their bullshit. There's a guy here in this town that he doesn't live here anymore, but he claims this big, rich history of being such a brilliant fighter and doing all these amazing things, yet I don't remember you, dude. I do not. And so he pulled one out of the communist playbook. Oh, well, I don't remember you. You had 380 people on that thread. Half of them spoke up and said they did remember me very well. And most of them were fighters and could vouch. See? Reminds me of that Eazy-E song. I did dirt, put in work, and many people can vouch that. And since I got stripes, I got the right to talk about that. But people like you, I got to hate you. Because you didn't do anything. Supposedly you were choking people out on the floor of this bar. Nobody remembers you, dude. Nobody remembers you beating up all these people. Who the guys you fought, nobody knows their name. Who are they? These weren't thugs, gangsters, or other fighters. They must have been drunk cab drivers that you beat up on your way home or something. I don't know, kid. And at the moment of truth, what happens? See, I went to the gym and waited. You never showed up. That's what happens. And then you moved somewhere else, like Arizona or some stuff, whatever. Congratulations. And then you're out of reach and you can talk a bunch of trash. That's what happens, folks. That right there is exactly what happens. Full of shit is as full of shit does. Not worthy to hold my jock strap. Boy. But yet you did all these amazing things that not one person on any of our mutuals could vouch for you. Not one. He even claimed to have beat up my instructor. Which I found out later was a big old fat lie, and I found out he rocked your world. Which he's no punk, but I don't think he can kick my ass, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about, boy. Claiming all these victories he had, and I'm just like, who is this guy? And you asked the question on my Facebook. You said, who is this guy? And 1,000 people answered you who the hell I was. Must have sucked for you. Because most of the people didn't know who the hell you were, and they still don't. But if you want to learn martial arts, like you claim you're a martial artist, but you have no proof of it at all, I know a lot of people who can train you or teach you how to do martial arts. In fact, I was talking to one of them earlier. Maybe you could talk to him. He's going to make a hat for me. His name's Chief. He's a friend of mine, and he's a jiu-jitsu coach. Maybe he can coach you. Maybe he can teach you. Then your fairy tales that you're telling could become a reality. Not the stuff you've lied about, but downtown. But, you know, maybe down the road you can actually do those things until you go to jail. Because that's what's going to happen with someone like you. So that's the point, folks. It's just bullshit unless you can back it up. I don't see anybody backing up anything. I just see a lot of crap talk. I do see people stealing my work. People writing books. In fact, there's 2 of them right now. And one guy wrote an entire book. And it's a boilerplate. Hey, if you did different people's work, whatever. But he did like 3 chapters, and there was a bunch of my stuff. And at the very least, he could have gotten the episodes correct. Quoted episodes. And they weren't even, that's not even what we were talking. What are you talking about, dude? I don't even want to say your name because then people run and buy your stupid book. And a person that I don't like actually left a review on there and just tore his ass up. And I was like, that's probably the first and only and last thing that guy that I don't like will ever do. But at least he did do that. And he pointed out that he just wrote an entire chapter or 2, whatever it was, about me. And I was like, yeah, and he couldn't even get it right. So shame on you. Then you had another guy on YouTube basically just reading Barton's book. Yeah. Just sat there and read his book and had a bunch of people watching it. Story time with Dickhead. Reading someone's book. Well, Barton could do that. And didn't even give the guy credit. He read it out like it was his story or some bullshit. I mean, this is the kind of crap that you get when any little dickhead can get on the internet and be like, I'm an adult. I pee-pee standing up. Do you? Do you? Smurfy. Step 1, prove others you can read. So anyways, folks, that's my rant. And I'm sure people like the bearded lady and the little troll from Arizona. You know who you are.
He's gonna watch every bit of this and then chop it up into little clips, and then you get on there with his stupid backwards hat and his unkempt, nasty beard.
Let me see. I can make this into a beard here. This is his.
It's actually disturbing, like how much of our show he had to watch to chop out all those different bits.
There's his beard right there.
Dude, I don't even go back and watch that much of our shows.
So this guy, came and do 1,000 push-ups like he says that's 1,000 push-ups. I didn't see him do 225 push-ups. I didn't see that shit. Was that a Bigfoot? I heard a noise. That's you. So now you have a clip to go and show people. He cares about me. He really does. He mentioned me. It's been 2 weeks. He hadn't said nothing about me. Now he did. He's losing it. He's unhinged. He's crazy.
People like that remind me of the brother on Godfather. I'm smart. I can do things.
I'm smart.
I can do things.
And then he shows himself doing push-ups with the little deal.
Oh, okay.
You know, your dude. I'm just like, dude, what? In his arms, your arms, where the muscles are of his arms, right? They look like my wrists. It's this guy, and then he wants to talk about fighting, and he goes, my experience, people that talk about that can't do it. Well, I got a good friend named Tank Abbott who used to talk about it, and then and I'll say he's got a losing record in the UFC because he would go and get drunk and get off the bar stool, and, you know, he'd fight without training. When he did train, like when he beat Hugo Duarte, I mean, that's when he was peak physical condition, or when he fought the Predator, or when he fought, what's his name from Russia, Taktarov. Oleg Taktarov, great fights. Mm-hmm. Even though he lost a couple of those, I mean, he had some great fights. And Tank, very good guy. I mean,
he was the first UFC superstar.
Tank goes in there off the bar, beats the crap out of people. I mean, you know, it is what it is. Or you look at Randy Couture, who a good friend of mine, Chris Trammell, was in his camp for a long time. Trained with him, worked with him. Couture, great guy, nice guy. 43 was he?
Yeah, I think so.
And I think Maurice Smith was 39. These guys were not young, spry people. And they beat the crap out of people. And my friend, he tried to set up a fight between me and Kimbo. And it didn't, the money wasn't right. It wasn't, you know, and we wanted to video it and make it into a deal. And Kimbo, nice guy. I mean, he's, you know, I spoke to him once, you know, but he wasn't, you know, the money wasn't, we couldn't get it correct, you know, and Kimbo's like, well, I got to talk to my guy. And then, of course, it's not a sanctioned fight. And I'm a lot bigger than Kimbo. I'm a lot, you know, I've given up a lot more weight, and the money just wasn't there. They wanted more. From what my guy was telling me, it just wasn't going to work. But, you know, my friend tried to get it done. Go to my Facebook. Tank Abbott actually wished me happy birthday, and it was really cool. I like Tank. He kind of made fun of my werewolf story, but so what? I met him years ago, and so at the beach, we were fighting on the beach. The thing is, I don't have anything to prove to anybody in this field or any other field I've been in. All I could say is put your money where your mouth is. If you think you're so tough and you're such a great fighter, Miss Twiggy, set it up. You said you wanted to do something. The only problem with this guy, though, is he's such a weenie that if I beat Weenie Hud Jr., what happens? I'm just a bully beating up a little weenie. If he even gets one good lick on me, he's a hero. No doubt in my mind what would happen.
Oh, but you could just slap him around. You don't even need to ball a fist up, honestly.
I mean, there's a lot of people who send me slap people. I usually do that. That's my go-to, is just slapping people.
It's funnier.
Punch you.
Because it's humiliating. Mm-hmm. It's like you're not even worth a fist. You're just a child.
I had this bouncer one time grab me. And he was known as a big, tough guy. He's actually a friend of mine now, so I don't really want to say his name or his nickname because I don't want to hurt his feelings. I don't know if he watches the show, but he grabbed me at a place called Twist. It's not there anymore. Started to pull my arm and try to drag me out like I was a child. Well, he was 6'7". I'm only 6'3.5", almost 6'4", 3 inches taller than me and massive guy, about 460 at the time. I weighed about 380. So I'm giving up like 80 pounds on this guy. And I said, you better let go of my freaking arm. I don't know what this is about, but I'm not involved in whatever this is. Then he grabbed me by the back of my neck, and that's when I turned and I began to give him the business. And before you say, hey, you just started punching the guy. They would have, no, I didn't. I turned around and I slapped him so hard. He flew against the bar and I slapped him again. He went out the door. And then we were standing straight up. I didn't knock him down. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I knocked him out because I didn't. He's a big guy. And I was like, you want to fight for real? And at that point, he was like, no, I don't. He was shaking off the cobwebs, whatever. So yeah, slapping people works. And I didn't have to fight the guy. And we turned out, we were friends for years. And he was like, I apologize, man. And then one day we were eating at IHOP and some guy had messaged me and said some crap. A guy named Joe that I had beaten the crap out of on my birthday and was like talking about, why don't we fight? He's a boxer. He was a Navy boxing guy, whatever. Why don't we set up a fight? I said, we just did. And I just beat the shit out of you. He goes, no, we'll sell tickets. And I said, yeah, and we can sell elote and we can have, popcorn and hot dogs and snow cones. No, dude, this isn't the fair. This isn't a carnival. This is real life. And I'm not fighting you again. I already did. So now go up and down the street looking like a fool. I said, but if you see me and you want to attack me again, then I will do what I got to do to defend myself. But he never did. Well, we saw each other, but he didn't say anything. I said, if I'm somewhere and you're there, go away. Simple solution. The street's big enough for both of us, but don't go around telling people that you're going to do this and do that. And when I was sitting there eating at IHOP, the other big guy, he's like, does he know how hard you slap? I started laughing. I said, he learned how hard I punch. Some people said it feels like getting kicked by a mule. Because I know a guy who did. He got his ribs broke by a mule, and we sparred. And when he punched me, he gave me a black eye. I turned and I hit him as hard as I could. Now, that floored him. To his credit, he held onto the rope, and he didn't go completely unconscious. But he learned that day not to do that. I'm not a dirty fighter. I don't play dirty. I don't do bad things. People would think, hey, whatever. But I'm going to take care of business. And when people want to talk trash, it's going to happen. All these people talking about they can do this and they can do that. No, you can't. I promise you, you can't. I guarantee it. I've been around this stuff for a long time. Long time. And there ain't nobody out there who's seen me throw down that's going to tell you, unless they're a freaking absolute liar. And I just don't see it happening. That's going to tell you to the contrary, that I'm somebody's patsy, that I'm some little punk that you can talk and run down. It's not going to happen. It's not. It will not happen. I tell the truth. Not bullshit. Some of these people, like the bearded lady, they can't handle it. They can't handle that they have so much estrogen running through their veins that they have to like pick on and mess with and start shit with people. Mad because their little mini pygmy, whatever it is, they call it a channel. I don't know what it is. That they just pick on and mess with people like Mel Ketchum and, whatever. They go after all these Bigfoot hoaxers. Most of them don't even know who the hell they are. I don't know who they are, and I don't give a shit. But you just decide, and while I'm dealing with all these other people that are jumping on me, you decide that you're going to be part of that and just jump on me. That's the point. Why? Because you have an agenda. And then you got the maniac up there in the UK. threatening me, talking trash, talking about my wife, whatever. Then when me and Mike made peace, he went after Mike. Actually, he was going after him before that, but he went after Mike. You know why? Because you're listening to the Chucky doll. That's why. Because you ever stop to think maybe I know something you don't? And just because I'm not throwing it all out there on the internet doesn't mean that it didn't happen or that I don't know about it. Because maybe, just maybe, I'm nice and I'm being nice and I've been nice and I haven't gone nuclear. I've just been cool. And I'm letting you do this. And Bearded Lady, I could go all in on you if I really wanted to. But I don't. And I don't want people running and attacking the guy and messing with the guy. Just know who he is and know that he's a liar. You're a liar. You made a video saying that I did not do what I said I did after I had already made the video. And you were 10 hours later and you still didn't even bother to do your research and you sat up there like a fool. I showed you. And I made another one. But I guess truth doesn't matter to these people, does it? So there you go. And if you don't want to have to watch this and you're still looking at it, whatever, and it's an hour after the show is done, whatever, that's on you. You could have turned it off a long time ago. So tomorrow, what we got is none of this. We're not going to do any of this tomorrow. We're not doing it. We're done. Tomorrow, for sure, we're going to have our show, the Saturday show, right? And we're going to have Rob Yox on, and we're going to have Chris James, and we're going to talk about the alien agenda. But Rob gets into some really heady stuff. There's a lot of stuff he has to talk about. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. And we're going to try and start it around 8:30-ish, but it may start at 9 because I'm going to be out of town and I got to come back. Now, if I'm here early enough, then we may start it earlier. If you want to watch, come check it out. And then on Sunday, I'll be retelling People's Encounters. Today we had a guest. Thank you to Fisher of Spam. Doesn't want his name being used. That's fine, his real name, but he's in the chat all the time. And thank you for coming on and telling us your stories. I'm sorry I had to excuse myself for a minute. I had something going on with work. And I had to deal with it. But anyways, folks, thank you for listening. And we appreciate it. We appreciate your patronage, everybody who's part of the Patreon, people who come and actually participate and view and watch. It helps. And, of course, thank you for donating to everybody who did. And thank you for being patient with me and letting me rant because, I was just not in the mood. I'm really sick of all the people's crap. You go on there and you do your best and you give your all and people still have to talk trash and then run you down because, God forbid, you should get paid for what you do. Because the Bearded Lady's mad because he's not making money for his little nana poo poo caca videos. Try something else. He looks like somebody who should be hanging out in a pool hall, playing billiards or something. That's just the kind of person you look. You look very unkempt, and that's where you would belong. So, if you want to beat me up, though, you need to come to Texas and set it all up because I don't have enough time for that. I do have enough time, though, to go to whatever dojo and gym and beat you up, take about 5 seconds, and then I'll leave. Because you claim that people like me can't fight. So I've shown videos of my strength. I've shown videos of me hitting the bag and the speed bag. So maybe it's time I just, put my money where my mouth is, put up or shut up, right? I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of looking bad when I hurt you.
You're not afraid of his, not afraid of his Krav Maga?
Is that what he said he knows?
You're not, I don't know. You're not afraid of his Aikido, his Steven Seagal Aikido, and his Krav Maga? jokes of martial arts.
I mean, his arms are like this. I mean, these are his arms right here. And he's a rat's nest for a beard. And don't forget, dude from Texas. Ain't nobody afraid of you, man. People are afraid of you because you look like...
That dude looks like a frog.
He looks like a frog, like the Loveland frog.
I'm afraid that I'm scared like his tongue is gonna come out and flick out and wrap around my head and, you know, start trying to like scoop my eyeball out of my skull.
Yeah. Or Ron Prickler. All he talks about is the Ravens and liberalism, communism, how much he likes it. Good for you, dude. Good for you. All right? If you would do something about your health, you wouldn't have to have a triple bypass surgery every other week. But to each his own, right? And the other guy on there, he worships dark waters. So he's literally his disciple. Worships him. Loves the guy. No matter who he attacks, he's got his back. Right? All right, folks. Thank you for listening, and good night.
Who's holding my hand in the darkness? Seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadow.